Chapter 5997. As he sighed with emotion, the memory fragments that were reflected in Lin Yi's mind suddenly became intense. The 5 elements murderous chi of the 5 poisons flood dragon did not kill it in one blow. Instead, it completely stimulated the ferocity of the giant electric eel. When a super sea beast that could even swallow an existence at the sea-splitting stage went berserk, this scene was tantamount to the end of the world. The surging fighting spirit and the sharp murderous chi seemed to be the only two things left between heaven and earth, covering the sky and covering the earth in all directions. Out of his instinct to protect himself, Lin Yi subconsciously wanted to escape from this terrible and dangerous battlefield. Even if he only saw this scene in the memory fragments that were reflected in his mind, the terrifying pressure that seemed to have materialized still made him breathless. However, just like in the beginning, Lin Yi had already fallen into the memory fragments and was unable to extricate himself. At this moment, he could not control his own will at all. The scene of the earth-shattering battle between the 5 poisons flood dragon and the giant electric eel was deeply reflected in his mind uncontrollably. Even if he closed his eyes, everything was always clear. In an instant, Lin Yi's whole body began to tremble violently like a sieve. It looked like he was on the verge of collapse. Just as the ghostly thing could not help but want to interrupt him, Lin Yi suddenly stopped moving. His whole body actually entered a strange state. TSK, is this boy really blessed, or is his innate talent so unique? How can he always encounter such good things that others can't even dream of? The ghostly thing could not help but click its tongue in wonder. At this moment, Lin Yi had once again entered an incomparably mysterious state of epiphany. However, unlike the unconscious awakening of his divine sense last time, he would only know what he could comprehend this time after he woke up. The only thing that the ghostly thing had to do now was to keep a lookout for him. This opportunity could not be asked for. It must not be interrupted by external forces. At this moment, in Lin Yi's sea of consciousness, the 5 poisons flood dragon and the giant electric eel were fighting fiercely. Powerful 5 elements murderous chi and dark purple electric arcs were constantly colliding between heaven and earth. Every time they collided, the world changed color. For the surrounding seas and even the entire ocean, it was like they had experienced an apocalyptic disaster. At this time, Lin Yi once again felt the stirring instinctively when he first saw the dark purple electric arc. However, this time, he was not imitating the dark purple electric arc, but the 5 elements murderous aura released by the 5 poison dragon. After all, Lin Yi had a deep understanding of the 5 elements murderous aura, and now that he saw the 5 poison serpent using it again and again, it was as if he had a ready-made teacher. It was an obvious opportunity for him to learn, and if he didn't hurry up and learn, that Lin Yi was really stupid. Be it the 5 poison flood dragon or the giant electric eel, they were both super ferocious beasts that should not exist in this world. Furthermore, they seemed to be well matched in strength. This unprecedented battle did not end in just a few moves. Instead, it unexpectedly fell into a stalemate of attrition. The more they fought, the angrier they became. In the end, they used all their trump cards and entered a state where they would not stop until one of them died. This benefited Lin Yi, who was a bystander. Otherwise, if the 5 poison flood dragon's attack was like the giant electric eel's dark purple electric arc, the battle ended in a flash. If it ended in a flash, he would not even be able to tell how it attacked, let alone secretly learn it. But now, disregarding everything else, the 5 poison flood dragon had activated the 5 elements murderous chi no less than 100 times. The entire process was clearly seen by Lin Yi, who was a bystander and a peeping scholar. In addition, he already had a deep understanding of the 5 elements murderous chi. Learning it secretly was naturally twice the result with half the effort. This was especially so for Lin Yi, who was currently immersed in a rare state of epiphany. Whether it was his insight or his ability to practice, they were far from ordinary. Normally, he would not even dare to think about it. At this moment, he instinctively began to do things. Learning bit by bit. Every time the 5 poison flood dragon activated the 5 elements murderous chi, Lin Yi would try to imitate it. Although he was confused at first, after repeating it over 100 times, Lin Yi's actions gradually began to look more like it. They were both murderous chi of the 5 elements. Although the murderous chi that the 5 poison flood dragon activated and the murderous chi that was formed naturally were essentially the same, they were two completely different things. The former was a powerful martial art that could be controlled by cultivators, while the latter was a powerful force that belonged to the heavens and earth. It could not be desecrated, nor could it be imitated. After an unknown amount of time, a faint stream of vital energy suddenly overflowed from Lin Yi's palm. In terms of power, it was completely unsightly. Any cultivator in the foundational stage could easily destroy it. However, after sensing this vital energy, even the ghostly thing could not help but be a little surprised. This was a murderous chi of the 5 element. Although it was very weak, it was indeed a 5-colored vital energy. The 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were all present. There was no doubt that this was a real murderous chi of the 5 elements. He actually succeeded in learning it. This kid is really a freak. The ghostly thing was stunned for a long time before it cried out in shock. It did say that as long as one was strong enough, one could activate the murderous chi of the 5 elements, but that was at least after the mountain opening stage. Lin Yi was only at the peak of the early nascent soul stage. From the ghostly thing's point of view, a move like the murderous chi of the 5 elements was a terrifying martial art that could kill anyone in the mountain opening stage or even higher. Now, it was mastered by a kid at the peak of the early nascent soul stage. What kind of scene would that be? Once Lin Yi truly displayed the murderous chi of the 5 elements, the scene would definitely not be as simple as fighting against an enemy of a higher level. It would feel like a 3-year-old suddenly taking out a gun from his pocket. It was not a toy gun, but a real gun that could really take a person's life. Even with the ghostly thing's experience and knowledge, it could not help but shudder at the thought of that scene. After spending so much time with Lin Yi, it had always thought that Lin Yi was a monster among humans. However, now that it thought about it, not only humans, but all living creatures in the world were definitely abnormal existences. Compared to the former Azure Dragon, this kid was definitely a freak. After successfully activating the murderous chi of the 5 elements for the first time, Lin Yi did not show any expression of joy on his face. Instead, he continued to immerse himself in that state, repeating it over and over again. Chapter 5998. Oh, your eyesight is not bad. You know that I want to rob you. Then what are you talking about? Hurry up and take out all the good stuff. The curly-bearded man immediately burst into laughter, and then he added, "Don't play tricks on me. You must have something good in your hands since you ventured out of the South Continent. If you hand it over consciously, I can spare your life. If you play tricks on me, I can only feed you to the sea beasts. You don't look like a fool. I hope you are a smart person. I believe I am a smart person, but it's hard to say whether you are. Robbery? Hehe, this is really not a big deal in the South Continent Sea. But do you know what happened to those guys who robbed me last time?" Lin Yi was still sitting on the back of the spirit bird and said with a playful smile. "What happened?" The curly-bearded man was not in a hurry to make a move. He also put on an expression like a cat playing with a mouse. He squinted at Lin Yi and seemed to be calculating how many benefits he could get this time. 3 were thrown into the sea to feed the beasts, and the last one is locked up. We don't know if he's alive or not, but I don't think you'll be that lucky. There's still the sea all around us, and it'd be easier to just feed the beasts. It'd be a perfect ending, don't you think? Lin Yi said seriously. TSK, you are really arrogant. You want to throw me into the sea to feed the sea beasts? Ha 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 ha. The curly-bearded man suddenly laughed uncontrollably as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He was out of breath and could not stop for a long time. Lin Yi glanced at him and suddenly ordered the spirit bird under him. It seems that he is a psychopath. He is so pitiful. God is kind to all living things. Let's go. After that, the man and the bird really left. The curly-bearded man who was still laughing almost fainted when he saw this. Just now, Lin Yi looked at him as if he was looking at a fool. This kid actually dared to treat him as an idiot. With a scream, the ghost-eyed golden eagle, who was left behind, caught up in an instant. With lightning speed, it blocked in front of Lin Yi and the spirit bird. The corner of the curly-bearded man's mouth twitched. He stared coldly at Lin Yi and said, "You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, right? Well, you have guts. Today, I really don't want any treasures from you. Just because of what you said just now, you must die today." After that, the momentum of the curly-bearded man suddenly skyrocketed. His overbearing momentum unreservedly oppressed Lin Yi and the spirit bird. The spirit bird lost its balance and almost fell into the sea. Even Lin Yi's eyelids twitched. This guy was actually a mystic ascending stage master. Although it seemed that he was only at the early stage of the mysterious ascension realm, experts of this level would have a foothold no matter where they went. Even the most powerful sects would treat them as distinguished guest. Not to mention being an elder in power, no matter how bad it was, he could at least be a guest. If he was in the 3 pavilions of the North Island, he would already have the opportunity to enter the Elders' Council. To be honest, Lin Yi had never thought that such an existence would come out to be a robber. The things in this world were really strange. There were all kinds of people. A dignified early-stage mysterious ascension stage master could not make money doing anything. Why did he have to come out to be a robber? Looking at Lin Yi's incredulous eyes, the curly-bearded man suddenly laughed proudly again. He liked this kind of look the most. So every time he looked for someone to make a move, he would not show his cultivation at the early stage of mysterious ascension stage at the beginning. Only when it was almost time to make a move would he show his sharpness. This was the feeling of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, afraid. Ha 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 ha, unfortunately, it's too late. If you had taken the initiative to hand over the treasure just now, I might have let you live. But now, since I said that you must die, there is no second possibility. Do you understand the law? The curly-bearded man laughed unscrupulously. The law follows the law. Lin Yi couldn't help but grin. Seeing that the guy was still looking at him like he was an idiot, he frowned slightly and said, "You can't really be an idiot, right? If the law follows the law, I would have died the moment you said the word die. How could I still be alive now? I say, how did you get your strength at the early stage of mysterious ascension stage? Don't you need IQ to cultivate these days?" After hearing this, the curly-bearded man's face turned red. Even with sunglasses, it could be seen that the law follows the law was just him blowing his own trumpet. With his cultivation at the early stage of mysterious ascension stage, he was at least 108,000 miles away from the real law follows the law. You have a sharp tongue. Good, very good, I've changed my mind now. I've decided not to throw you into the sea to feed the sea beasts. I'll beat you until you're crippled, then hang you up with a rope and drag you into the sea to fish for sea beasts. What do you think of this idea? The curly-bearded man said angrily. It's not bad, but I think the sea beasts might not like to eat my meat. They definitely prefer to eat someone with a stronger smell of blood. It seems that you are more suitable. Lin Yi smiled faintly. The curly-bearded man flew into a rage. He was choked for a long time and couldn't say a word. Only now did he finally realize one thing. If they really wanted to bicker, even if there were 10 of him, he wouldn't be a match for this sharp-tongued kid. How about it? You also think it makes sense, right? Lin Yi just crossed his arms and looked at him with a smile. If it was in the past, he probably wouldn't have the mood to talk nonsense with a robber, even if the other party was a mysterious ascension stage master. But now he was in a good mood, and this was the first time he saw a living person in more than half a year, so he unconsciously wanted to play around with him. Being looked at by Lin Yi like this, the curly-bearded man's anger soared to the heavens. He immediately lost the thought of a cat playing with a mouse, and immediately said with a murderous look, "I've seen many people who don't know life from death, but it's the first time I've seen someone as reckless as you. Kid, let me give you a word of advice. It's useless to just talk. It will only make your death more miserable. Remember this in your next life." After saying that, the curly-bearded man no longer gave Lin Yi a chance to speak. He suddenly pulled out a pitch-black long rod from behind him, and along with a roar, he smashed the rod down towards Lin Yi's head from afar. His rod was 2 feet long, and the distance between the two parties was at least more than 10 feet. Logically speaking, it should be impossible to hit Lin Yi. But when the rod fell, it turned into a large and fierce shadow of the rod that blotted out the sky and earth. The terrible murderous aura that was revealed was enough to change the color of the world. Chapter 6000. Ma Dongqiang was wrapped in thick bandages, and his two underlings carried him back to Blue Cloud Pavilion Residence No. 1. After all, the environment here was much better than Dan Hall, and it was more suitable for recuperation. Apex novel. However, when he saw that Residence No. 1 was brightly lit, especially when he heard the sounds of laughter coming from inside, Ma Dongqiang's already miserable face turned even paler. He even wanted to occupy his own residence. Mother *Ka Lin Yi, this bastard was too much. Dongqiang bro, what should we do? The two underlings looked at Ma Dongqiang awkwardly. Listening to the voices of Lin Yi and the others, they didn't even dare to go within 100 meters, let alone let them step into the main door. Even Ma Dongqiang, with his strength, almost died without knowing why. If it were them, wouldn't they be looking for death? The two underlings were afraid, but Ma Dongqiang himself was even more afraid. He couldn't help but shiver when he thought of Lin Yi's name. Losing wasn't scary, what was scary was not knowing how he lost, and how much difference was there between their strengths. Ma Dongqiang didn't dare to think deeper, and he didn't dare to face Lin Yi again. Although Residence No. 1 still belonged to him in name, he wouldn't dare to ask for it from Lin Yi even if he was given 10,000 guts. He was arrogant, but he wasn't stupid. Bring me to Soaring Pavilion, I want to find Chong bro, hurry. Ma Dongqiang roared hysterically. Under the stimulation of his anger, the wounds on his legs that hadn't healed started bleeding again, and he almost fainted from the pain. However, he still forced himself to hold on. He couldn't bear this anger even if he was beaten to death, he wasn't willing to accept it. The two lackeys did not dare to neglect and immediately carried the horse as a spear to the Soaring Sky Pavilion. They did not care that the sky was getting dark and knocked on the door in the middle of the night. They hurriedly carried the horse into Shu Lingchong's residence. This place was the same as Blue Cloud Pavilion No. 1, and it was also brightly lit. It wasn't just Shu Lingchong himself. Meng Tong, Kang Ming, and Zhong Pingliang were all present as well. Today was their usual meeting day. When they saw Ma Dongqiang's miserable appearance at the moment, Shu Lingchong and others were instantly stunned. Ma Dongqiang had just told them in the morning that he was going to set off for the South Island. Why did he suddenly become so miserable? Brother Chong, I saw Lin Yi. Ma Dongqiang's first words shocked everyone. The news of Lin Yi's return had already spread like wildfire outside, but they had been locked up in the meeting room all this time, so they had no idea about it. Upon hearing this name that made people gnash their teeth in hatred, but there was nothing they could do about it. Shu Lingchong and the others' expressions changed subtly, especially Pinliang, who was secretly surprised. He, Lu Bianren, and the others had been worried about Lin Yi, and now he could finally relax. Lin Yi. When did this guy come back? Shu Lingchong's expression changed. Today, I met him when I went to the North Island Cultivators Guild to take a mission, and then, Ma Dongqiang looked down at the bandage on his leg that was soaked with blood, and said with grief and indignation, it's all because of this bastard Lin Yi that I ended up in this situation. Brother Chong, you have to help me. Did you fight with him? Shu Lingchong frowned and glanced at his knee. Yes, I wanted to help you, Brother Chong. So I challenged him in public, but I didn't expect this bastard to be more powerful than I thought. I accidentally fell into his trap. Brother Chong, you have to get back at him. Don't let that bastard get carried away. Ma Dongqiang said embarrassedly. Although he had been traumatized by Lin Yi's unfathomable means in his heart, he couldn't admit defeat verbally. Otherwise, how could he go out and meet people? Ma Dongqiang looked at Shu Lingchong with a burning gaze. They had always been at odds with Lin Yi, and the reason why they went against Lin Yi this time was also because of the mission he gave them. Therefore, it was reasonable for Shu Lingchong to stand up for him, and with Master Shu's strength, he would definitely not let that bastard Lin Yi have it easy. When the time comes, he would definitely be able to get back at him. However, Shu Lingchong's next sentence made him dumbfounded. Are you crazy? Is your brain filled with *T? Huh? Ma Dongqiang didn't react for a moment. I asked you to find out information about Lin Yi, But did I say that I asked you to provoke him? Did I ask you to find trouble with him? Xu Lingchong said expressionlessly. But. Ma Dongqiang immediately had a wronged expression. When he gave the mission, Xu Lingchong indeed didn't say anything about dealing with Lin Yi, but when everyone talked about Lin Yi during meetings, they would always be filled with righteous indignation, as if they wanted to tear that bastard into pieces. Furthermore, didn't they go through so much trouble to find Lin Yi just to deal with him? Could it be that they were wrong? But my ass. Even I don't dare to easily go against that bastard, and you still want to go? Do you think that you're more capable than me? Xu Lingchong's face darkened as he turned around and pointed at the others. Come, you go and ask them. Ask them, who among them dares to find trouble with Lin Yi alone? Ma Dongqiang heard that and looked at the others. His gaze swept across Meng Tong, Kang Mingming, and Zhong Pingliang, only to find that all of them were shaking their heads. He was completely stunned. As far as he knew, these people weren't cowards. Why were they so afraid of that bastard Lin Yi? Normally, even if their strength was slightly inferior, they wouldn't shake their heads so resolutely. It was as if the words "I'm afraid of Lin Yi" were written on their faces. Did they not even want the most basic of face? Unfortunately, he didn't expect that even though Xu Lingchong and the others were prideful people, they weren't idiots. After suffering so many losses at Lin Yi's hands, if they still didn't learn their lesson after this, then it could only be said that there was something wrong with their brains. Did you see that? You idiot. Which one of these people here doesn't have a higher position than you? So many of them don't dare to provoke Lin Yi, but you? You even dared to challenge him in front of everyone? You're lucky that he didn't kill you this time. Xu Lingchong pointed at Ma Dongqiang's nose and scolded, I asked you to go and find information, not to send you to your death. Do you think that your wings have hardened and you can ignore this young master's words? No. I don't dare. Ma Dongqiang quickly shook his head. His already ugly face instantly turned even paler. If Xu Lingchong really thought that he was disloyal, then he would be dead for sure. Chapter 6001. Text online reading site domain mobile phone reading. Please visit. Looking at the beautiful scene in front of him, Lin Yi's heart completely calmed down. Unknowingly, he felt a sense of security that he hadn't felt for a long time. Previously, after experiencing so many things in the South Continent, although he had been cultivating and improving, Lin Yi could clearly feel that there was a lingering impetuosity in his heart. The root cause was actually not difficult to find. Cultivation was about tension and relaxation. During the 1.5 years in the South Continent, especially after being hunted by the West Mountain sect elder, when was there a time when he was completely relaxed? Once one's nerves were strained for too long, there would always be repercussions. This was like a ticking time bomb. At first glance, it seemed inconspicuous, but who knew when it would make one pay a heavy price? However, even with Lin Yi's temperament, he could only suppress this impetuosity, but could not completely eradicate it. Originally, after returning to the North Island, Lin Yi planned to relax for a while and release his stress. Unfortunately, Tiandan Pavilion was in urgent need of elixirs, so he had to hurry up and make elixirs. As soon as he finished making elixirs, he was asked by Shanghai Lena to be her bodyguard. Lin Yi thought that if he wanted to really rest and relax, he would have to wait until he came back from West Island, but he didn't expect that after watching the sunrise on a whim today, the trace of impetuosity in his heart suddenly disappeared, which was a pleasant surprise. He glanced at the Shangguan Lena and the little curly bear beside him. At this moment, the man and the pet were completely intoxicated by the beautiful scenery of the rising sun. It was as if their eyes were going to melt. Lin Yi smiled faintly. Admiring the beautiful sunrise on the sea was indeed a great joy in life. Lin Yi was about to revel in it, but for some reason, he suddenly had a very unnatural feeling. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt like there was a pair of eyes staring at him from the dark, but he couldn't find the owner of this gaze. Lin Yi's heart stirred, and he silently extended his divine sense. With the current strength of his divine sense, it was sufficient to cover the entire treasured ship. However, he suddenly discovered a shocking fact. He couldn't lock onto this observer. This time, Lin Yi was shocked. He was no longer in the mood to watch the sunrise. This time, in the West Island mission, The top management of the 3 pavilions symbolically sent 3 elders, and the others were not particularly outstanding masters. There were only a few people who could completely avoid the perception of Lin Yi's divine senses. Those who could do this, at least, would not be the kind of people like Shu Lingchong. Although the other party was a nascent soul stage expert, if he dared to use his spiritual sense to monitor Lin Yi could pull him out and beat him up in minutes. They were only at the same level of strength, but in reality, they were not on the same level. There's no need to look. It's Ram Jie and Lan Tiefu, the ghostly thing suddenly said. What? 2 people? Lin Yi was shocked. He could guess that this person was one of them, but he didn't think that both of them would be staring at him at the same time, and he could only rely on his intuition to discover one of them. His consciousness, which he thought was so strong, was completely useless in front of this person. Well, it's 2, the ghostly thing confirmed. Then which one did I feel? Lan Tiefu? Lin Yi was stunned and speculated. In his opinion, Lan Tiefu's strength must be slightly inferior to Ram Jie's. Then the one he felt must be him. But even so, it was not simple. This senior brother who was in charge of the inner core of Soaring Sky Pavilion was really not simple, since he could completely hide from his spiritual sense. No. The one you detected was Ram Jie. The strength of that Lan Tiefu is even more unfathomable, even stronger than that of Ram Jie. The ghostly thing's tone was also a little weird. Stronger than Ram Jie? How's that possible? Lin Yi was stunned. Ram Jie was a super genius handpicked by Shanghai Tianhua. He was recognized as the #1 person of the new generation in the North Island. How could Lan Tiefu be stronger than him? Wouldn't that be unworthy of his name? I also find it a little strange, but it's the truth. It seems that the 3 major pavilions in the North Island aren't as simple as the outside world says. There are really hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The ghostly thing sighed. Even in its eyes, Ram Jie could be regarded as a super genius that only appeared once in a century. Now that Lan Tiefu, who was even stronger, suddenly appeared, the foundation of such a strong person was really not to be taken lightly. Upon hearing that, Lin Yi was shocked speechless. He didn't expect that the confidant of Shanghai Tianhua could be so strong that even Ram Jie could be suppressed by him. It could be seen that the title of the eldest senior brother of the inner sanctum of Soaring Sky Pavilion was not for nothing. Although Jiao Mufan wasn't simple, he was still a far cry from the unfathomable Lan Tiefu. This alone was enough to see the huge gap between Soaring Sky Pavilion and Blue Cloud Pavilion. Their foundations were not on the same level at all. Soaring Sky Pavilion could always dominate the situation of the North Island purely because of their strength, which Blue Cloud Pavilion couldn't compare to. What's the strength of this Lan Tiefu? Lin Yi couldn't help but ask curiously. No matter what, he was now the 2nd senior brother of the inner sanctum of Blue Cloud Pavilion. In terms of position, they were on the same level. Lin Yi really wanted to know the gap between him and Lan Tiefu. It's meaningless even if you know. It's better if you don't say it. The ghostly thing kept him guessing. Lin Yi was stunned again, and he was even more shocked. The meaning of the ghostly thing's words was very clear. He and Lan Tiefu were not on the same level at all. Once he revealed Lan Tiefu's true strength, he was afraid that he would be shocked. Originally, he thought that even if Lan Tiefu was strong, he wouldn't be too ridiculously strong. At most, he would be at the profound ascension stage. One should know that profound ascension stage was already the mainstay of the top 3 pavilions. If a eldest senior brother of the inner sanctum of Soaring Sky Pavilion was stronger than him, then there was no need for the top management to be in the first place. However, the ghostly thing's attitude clearly told him that Lan Tiefu's strength was not just at the profound ascension stage. Otherwise, there was no need to keep him guessing. Is he as strong as you at your peak, senior? Lin Yi asked cautiously. This time, he was really shocked. His evaluation of Lan Tiefu had suddenly jumped to the mountain opening stage. Could this guy be an earth opening stage expert? Or a higher stage, the sea splitting stage? If someone said that the strength of the inner sanctum of Soaring Sky Pavilion could reach above the mountain opening stage before this, Lin Yi would definitely scoff at it. But now, after experiencing it personally, his previous understanding of the entire North Island had changed. The strength of the North Island was not as weak as the rumors said. In fact, he was simply hiding his strength, it was just that few people knew about it. Aren't you talking nonsense? If he's stronger than me, then how can I perceive him so easily? The ghostly thing said speechlessly. Oh. Lin Yi was a little relieved. If the ghostly thing said that Lan Tiefu's strength was still above him, then he would really be scared today. To be continued. Chapter 6002. Otherwise, you can just not go to the 10,000-year canyon, and they won't be able to stop you. But if you do that, it will be difficult to gain anything from this trial. In my opinion, you should obediently do as they say. This way, you can still get back what you spent in the 10,000-year canyon. Maybe you'll even be lucky. Are you stupid? You dare to believe Scarface's bullshit about eating people without spitting out the bones? It's true that there are good things in the 10,000-year canyon, but do you think you can just casually pick up the treasures inside? There are so many terrifying things inside that you can't even imagine. Even if you go in alive, it's hard to say if you can come out alive. You still want to get back what you spent. That's right. Do you know how big Scarface's appetite is? Even if you go in, even if you are really lucky enough to find something good, when you come out, won't he plunder it again? Will he let you go so easily? Can't you use a little brain? Someone else echoed. Hearing this, the faces of the nearby cultivators became extremely ugly. This was the truth. Scarface was definitely not a kind and honest person. If he let you in, he would plunder it again. Of course, he would plunder it again when he let you out. This was something that could be done even if you used your toes to think. If you worked for him for free and risked your life, what else could you do? Then what else is there to say? We can only avoid this damn place. Even if the harvest is a little less, it's still better than letting Scarface plunder it. I'm not stupid. Immediately, some people wanted to retreat. Many people had the same idea, but not everyone was willing to retreat. After all, once they retreated, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack in the desert. Instead of that, it was better to risk it. Riches and honor came from danger. Sure enough, while everyone was talking in low voices, a man in grey suddenly jumped out from the crowd and attracted everyone's attention. I am Duan Wuzong of the Thousand Blades sect. I don't have any treasures on me. Because of this, I must go to the 10,000-year canyon. I hope you can help me. I believe you don't want to fight to the death over such a small matter. That won't be good for either of us. As the grey-robed man spoke, he revealed a powerful and overbearing aura. He was an expert at the peak of the nascent soul realm. The moment this Duan Wuzong appeared, the crowd went into an uproar. Everyone's eyes widened. The reason they had surrounded this place was because they were in a dilemma. It was precisely because they lacked a leader. But now, one had finally appeared. Oh, it looks like a tough guy has come and is ready to challenge me alone. Scarface looked disdainful and carelessly glanced at Duan Wuzong. I wouldn't dare. Whether the others live or die has nothing to do with me. I'm just asking you to open the door. After all, if we really fight, it's not a good thing for both of us. Perhaps someone might even fish in troubled waters, don't you think? Duan Wuzong's tone was hard to conceal his pride. Hehe, this guy is going to walk into a mine. From afar, Lin Yi smiled and shook his head. This Thousand Blades sect's Duan Wuzong was indeed a rare expert, and could be regarded as an outstanding existence among the group of peak Yuanying stage cultivators. It was normal for him to have such arrogance and confidence, but unfortunately, the opponent was, after all, an expert at the peak of the early profound ascension stage. He wouldn't fall for this. You don't think he'll win? Hua Yudi couldn't help but ask curiously. In her opinion, this person was very strong. Just as he said, if they really fought, even if it wasn't a lose-lose situation, it would definitely cause Scarface to let him go. Of course, Scarface's group is small in number. It's because of their deterrence that they can control so many people. If he sets a precedent, do you think so many people here will still be trembling in fear and not dare to move? Once the situation gets out of control, even with Scarface's strength, he won't be able to control it. Then he will completely fail as the Mountain King. Lin Yi analyzed. Then what will he do? Hua Yudi asked thoughtfully. Of course he will destroy this Duan Wuzong with lightning speed. As long as he can establish his dominance in one fell swoop, no one here will dare to resist him anymore. They can only obediently let him plunder. Lin Yi smiled faintly. At the same time, he put himself aside. A peak early stage profound ascension expert was an unparalleled deterrent to others, but don't forget that he had killed a profound ascension expert a long time ago, and it was an instant kill. Before Lin Yi finished speaking, Scarface made a decision and laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha, this daddy has occupied this place for so many years, and there really aren't many who dare to threaten this daddy face to face. Surnamed Duan, you're a bit interesting, but unfortunately, you've miscalculated. Threaten this daddy? Do you think this daddy is the kind of coward who is afraid of threats? After saying that, Scarface suddenly let out a long roar and immediately attacked. Duan Wuzong was shocked. He stood up not to fight Scarface, but simply to make the other party feel that he was not to be trifled with, so he retreated. Who would have thought that the other party would not even spare him a glance? Now that he was riding a tiger, he had no choice but to fight. Clang, clang, clang. Accompanied by an ear-piercing sound of metal colliding, a pile of divine weapons suddenly appeared on Duan Wuzong's body. All kinds of swords, spears, swords, halberds, everything needed. Counting them, there were at least 13 of them. No one knew how he carried them with him, but they all floated around him. The formation was quite astonishing. The crowd instantly gasped. Although they had yet to officially fight, this Duan Wuzong was truly powerful. From the looks of it, he could control 13 weapons at the same time. This was truly inconceivable. If an ordinary expert were to face him, wouldn't they be surrounded and beaten to death by these weapons in a matter of minutes? I've long heard that the Thousand Blades sect's martial techniques are unique. It is said that the stronger the Thousand Blades sect's disciple is, the more weapons they can control. When they reach the limit, it is even possible to achieve 1,000 blades at the same time. Seeing it today, it is indeed a well-deserved reputation. Hua Yudi sighed. Hehe, it is indeed a bit interesting. Seeing this, Lin Yi couldn't help but be interested. He had seen many experts before, and there was no lack of all kinds of strange and cunning methods. But this was the first time he had seen someone who could control more than 10 weapons at the same time. I'll say it one last time. If you let me go, nothing will happen between us. Otherwise, the situation will become chaotic. With so many people here, the situation is not something you can control. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Duan Wuzong still did not want to use weapons. Although he had full confidence in his own strength, to say that he could really defeat an expert at the peak of the early stage of mysterious ascension was obviously a fool's dream. To be continued. Chapter 6003. If you have read this chapter, please go to Top Novel www.23wx.com, or search for Top Novel or 23wx.com on Baidu. Please remember our new URL, Top Novel. http://www.wx.com. If you have read this chapter, please click here. You can also search directly on Baidu. Please remember our new website address. If you have read this chapter, please move to page D. Small. You can also search for novel or 2-inch directly on Baidu. Please remember our new website. If you have read this chapter, please click here. You can also search directly on Baidu. Please remember our new website address. If you have read this chapter, please go to D page. Small. Say www.tei.com to read the latest chapter. You can also search for D page, novel or 2-inch on Baidu. And please remember our new website, http://www.2wx.com. If you have read this chapter, please move to the latest chapter. You can also search directly on Baidu. Please remember our new website address. If you have read this chapter, please go to Top Novel www.23wx.com, or search for Top Novel or 23wx.com on Baidu. Please remember our new URL, Top Novel. http://www.wx.com. If you have read this chapter, please click here. You can also search directly on Baidu. Please remember our new website address. If you have read this chapter, please move to page D.Small. You can also search for novel or 2-inch directly on Baidu. Please remember our new website. If you have read this chapter, please click here. You can also search directly on Baidu. Please remember our new website address. If you have read this chapter, please go to D.Small. Say www.tei.com to read the latest chapter. You can also search for D-page, novel or 2-inch on Baidu. And please remember our new website, http://www.2wx.com. If you have read this chapter, please move to the latest chapter. You can also search directly on Baidu. Please remember our new website address. If you have read this chapter, please go to top novel www.23wx.com or search for top novel or 23wx.com on Baidu. Please remember our new URL, top novel. http://www.wx.com. If you have read this chapter, please click here. You can also search directly on Baidu. Please remember our new website address. If you have read this chapter, please move to page D.Small. You can also search for novel or 2-inch directly on Baidu. Keep in mind our new website. If you have read this chapter, please click here. You can also search directly on Baidu. Please remember our new website address. If you have read this chapter, please go to D.Small. Say www.tei.com to read the latest chapter. You can also search for D-page, novel or 2-inch on Baidu. And please remember our new website, http://www.2wx.com. Chapter 6004. Div class equals add_read, squinting eyes face, script show _read. Just as she finished speaking, a thunderous boom rang out from above her head. An extremely thick pillar of lightning came crashing down, and the terrifying aura it produced caused Hui Yudi's expression to change drastically. Not to mention a peak nascent soul cultivator, even a peak profound ascension stage cultivator would be struck to death by this pillar of lightning. Today, they really were going to die before they could succeed. However, what happened next stunned her. This incomparably terrifying pillar of lightning wasn't aimed at her or Lin Yi. Instead, it was aimed at the 5 Lightning Tribulation Memorial Arch. Following that, under Hui Yudi's astonished gaze, the originally unremarkable 5 Lightning Tribulation Memorial Arch didn't shatter into pieces. Instead, it suddenly shone with boundless radiance, as if a peerless treasure had been baptized by heavenly lightning, revealing its astonishing appearance. From the looks of it, it should be a success. Lin Yi's eyes lit up as he looked at the 5 Lightning Tribulation Memorial Arch, which had undergone a drastic change in shape. Previously, it had only looked like a memorial arch, but now, it was covered with all kinds of exquisite and profound runes. Furthermore, a circle of light that was neither too big nor too small had appeared at the edge of the memorial arch. It rippled in a very orderly manner. This kind of circle of light gave off a very familiar feeling. It was a bit like a teleportation formation. This really seems to have broken the formation. But how is this possible? Hui Yudi stared at the scene in front of her, dumbfounded. She had a rough idea of what would happen after breaking the formation. The information she had received was almost identical to what she was seeing right now. However, she still couldn't help but turn her head to look at Lin Yi in disbelief. Can you really use 5 different types of qi at the same time? Yes, this martial skill of mine is a bit special, Lin Yi vaguely explained. Then, he said, let's go. Oh, looks like I've found the right person. Hui Yudi was very relieved. If Lin Yi didn't have this skill, this matter would have been quite troublesome. Perhaps they wouldn't even have been able to enter the gate in the end. However, everything was resolved now. According to the information she had received, as long as they could break this heavenly lightning formation. There were no more obstacles after that. The two of them didn't hesitate and immediately walked into the circle of light at the edge of the 5 Lightning Tribulation Memorial Arch. Sure enough, this circle of light was a small teleportation array. However, it was different from the teleportation arrays they had seen before. The other teleportation arrays required a certain amount of time to activate, but this one was different. As soon as Lin Yi and Hua Yudi walked into the circle of light, the scene before them immediately changed. Rather than calling this a teleportation, it was more like opening Doraemon's Anywhere door. Once the door was pushed open, they would be transported to another place. At this moment, the scene unfolded in front of them. It was a narrow, one-way passageway. Above him was a line of sky. Dense thunderclouds covered the passageway. It was a daunting sight. In the beginning, Lin Yi had considered going up to explore the passageway. However, when he saw the thick thunderclouds, he quickly dismissed the idea. Recklessly going up would definitely result in him getting struck to death by lightning. Whoosh! Hua Yudi heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Even though that was what the intelligence had told her, she was still worried that some unexpected danger would crop up. But from the looks of it, there seemed to be no danger for the time being. "Let's go," Lin Yi said. Then, he led the way forward. There was only a one-way passageway in front of them. There was no other choice. In any case, he had the jade pendant to warn him. Even if there was danger, he could react in advance. After 3 turns, Lin Yi suddenly stopped in his tracks. Behind him, Hua Yudi was caught off guard and bumped into him. She asked in a soft voice, "What's wrong?" "There's no other way." Lin Yi's voice was filled with an inexplicable excitement. "There's no other way." Hua Yudi was stunned. Her head poked out from behind Lin Yi's back. Then, she was also stunned. Her eyes flickered with incomparable excitement. She muttered excitedly, "Thunder Mystic Vine, this is the Thunder Mystic Vine." There was indeed no path ahead of the two of them. There was only an extremely precipitous cliff. However, on top of this cliff, there were several strangely shaped vines. In addition to being slightly thicker than ordinary vines, the most prominent feature was that its surface flashed with electric arcs from time to time. Without a doubt, this was the Thunder Mysterious Vine. Lin Yi's eyes couldn't help but light up after he counted them. There were actually 5 Thunder Mystic Vines in this place. However, 2 of them had been cut down at some unknown time. Only 2 roots of different lengths were left. The remaining 3 Thunder Mystic Vines had different growth patterns. One of them was obviously very mature. Not only was its vine much thicker than the others, even the electric arcs that occasionally flashed across its surface were much more powerful and frequent. As for the remaining 2 Thunder Mystic Vines, they were relatively young. One of them was showing signs of maturing, while the other had just sprouted. Even the vines hadn't officially spread out yet. So the 5 Thunder Mystic Vines are alternating with each other. Lin Yi immediately understood. Looking at the situation, the 5 Thunder Mystic Vines' growth cycle just happened to stagger. In other words, it was basically guaranteed that there would be 1 Thunder Mystic Vine that just happened to mature in every trial. It seemed that these Thunder Mystic Vines weren't purely natural. Someone had carefully arranged them. As for the purpose, it was most likely to ensure the value of the Western Island trial. After all, the Thunder Mystic Vine was a heavenly treasure at the bottom of the box. If there was a break in the middle, the Western Island trial wouldn't be as famous as it was now. "That's the one. Hurry up and chop it down." Hua Yudi pointed at the fully matured lightning mystical vine and said excitedly, "Cut it down?" Lin Yi couldn't help but be stunned when he heard that. He asked curiously, "Why do you want to cut it down? Isn't it good to take it back with the roots? This can be taken back and planted, right?" "Hey, don't you know the rules of the cultivation world?" Hua Yudi glanced at Lin Yi, and saw that he really didn't understand what she was talking about. She explained, "Always leave a way out, especially when it comes to treasures. If there's no special circumstances, you can't cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. After all, what you've encountered is your own destiny, but you can't deprive other practitioners of their destiny because of it. You have to know that if you go too far, your destiny will come to an end." "Oh, I've learned." Lin Yi nodded humbly. He really didn't expect that the Heaven Stage Island would actually have this kind of established rule. It seemed that in the cultivation world, other than deception, there were rules that didn't follow. Greed was human nature. If there weren't such rules, all the heavenly treasures on the Heaven Stage Island would have been dug up long ago. Leaving a way out for others was equivalent to leaving a way out for oneself. However, since this kind of rule was established, it meant that it wasn't mandatory. Apart from disciples like Hua Yudi who came from the East Province Academy or famous sects, others might not necessarily follow the rules. It's the second day of the School Bells TV series. I heard that the response is very good, and it's super good. Everyone, go to IQIYI. Murloc's Public Prestige, Uran 22, to be continued, Div. Chapter 6005. Since the surprise attack was most likely a smokescreen, Lin Yi made a bold guess. Even if there were more similar incidents, there would not be too many. Now that everyone had returned to their base, it would be difficult to have too much of an impact. The military force of the City Guards institution was enough to control the situation. Lin Yi did not think that he should be tied up here. He had to find out the real purpose of the mastermind. In a pavilion, Zheng Tianqing proudly played with a jade bottle in his hand. This was the last hallucinogenic potion. He had deliberately left it unused. There was not much difference between 5 and 6. The impact it had caused had far exceeded Zheng Tianqing's initial expectations. Hihi, I am indeed a genius. Should I give the last one to Lin Yi's minions? Zheng Tianqing was very tempted by this idea, but he still did not dare to cause trouble for Lin Yi. There were no powerful masters among the people of 5 Elements Commerce this time. Even if they were under the influence of the hallucinogenic potion, they would not be able to cause too much damage. They might even be subdued as soon as the hallucinogenic potion took effect. Even if they could kill 1 or 2 minions, it would not hurt Lin Yi at all. If the matter was exposed, with Lin Yi's protective personality, he might directly destroy the Zheng family. Forget it, forget it. If I can't kill Lin Yi, there is no point in dealing with those minions. I'd better go find Yu Ziqing and see what this guy is up to. This young master has created such a good opportunity for him. If he still fails, then he really is a waste. Zheng Tianqing convinced himself to give up the idea, put away the jade bottle, and left the pavilion. Although there were northern guards everywhere, Zheng Tianqing did not care at all. When he walked on the street, he was Zheng Tianqing, a distinguished guest of the extreme North Island. The northern guards would not do anything to him. If Lin Yi saw Zheng Tianqing, he might have some doubts. But now Lin Yi had left the area and quickly rushed to the northern beach. After careful consideration just now, Lin Yi suddenly thought that if the sea beasts wanted to attack the extreme North Island, then the restriction against the sea beasts would definitely be the first thing to be broken. There was no doubt that the previous loosening of the restriction was done by the mastermind or his accomplice. Since the restriction could be loosened, then it was most likely that they could also make the restriction ineffective. It was just that they didn't have the time to do so. Today, they had made such a big scene. Most likely, it was time to reveal the dagger. Thinking about this, Lin Yi estimated that the real goal of these guys should be to destroy the array base of the restriction formation of the extreme North Island. Usually, each city guard station had its own area to guard. Due to the continuous battles in the prosperous area, the northern garrison had been mobilized abnormally, which weakened the guards in many areas. It was the best time for them to take action. Lin Yi had asked Li Ziyu where the array base of the restriction formation of the extreme North Island was. Li Ziyu did not hide it. He gave a rough explanation. Although he did not tell Lin Yi everything, there must be one on each beach. However, the array base on the beach was guarded by a team of the northern garrison, and it was protected by a formation above level 7. Usually, no one could get close, so Li Ziyu was not worried that it would be leaked. In fact, the people on the extreme North Island basically knew about the array base on the beach. It was not a secret. Because of this, Lin Yi rushed to the northern beach in a hurry. If there was a place where the mastermind could easily destroy, it was definitely the array base on the northern beach. Why did the northern garrison station have an underground passage leading to the beach? Because the traitor had been planning to destroy the array base for a long time. Maybe it was not the array base that had loosened the restriction formation, but the first one to be destroyed must be the array base on the northern beach. Reality proved that his intuition was quite accurate. By the time he got to the northern beach, the North Guard squad that was stationed there had been 25 people, and they were all slaughtered. They didn't even have time to sound the alarm. The array base, which was usually protected by the concealment, defense, and attack formations, had been completely exposed. The level 7 formations were already broken, and the 3 of them were attacking the formation bases. If it weren't for the fact that these formations were passed down from the ancient times, they would have already succeeded by the time Lin Yi arrived. "Yu Ziqing, you're courting death," Lin Yi shouted. A lightning arc flashed, and he appeared behind the 3 people in an instant. In addition to Yu Ziqing and Aunt Lan, the other person was really a strong man in the form of a spiritual beast. Lin Yi's previous suspicion was right. There was something wrong with this guy. Yu Ziqing was a little scared when he heard Lin Yi's voice. He had finally broken the protective formation according to the instructions of the deep male voice. He had just started to attack the array base when Lin Yi, the god of plague, arrived. Now that his identity had been seen through by Lin Yi, if he could not successfully overthrow the extreme North Island, Night Moon City would definitely be regarded as a mortal enemy by the extreme North Li family. "Wind Tiger, Aunt Lan, kill him. Don't let this guy call for help," Yu Ziqing screamed. He did not know whether he was afraid of Lin Yi or afraid that he would call for help to hinder the plan. Aunt Lan knew the seriousness of the matter. Without a word, she turned around and attacked Lin Yi. The spiritual beast called Wind Tiger hesitated. After all, his main task was to destroy the array base, not to kill Lin Yi. But when he thought about how he'd been chased by Lin Yi, and how he'd exposed the underground tunnel, causing the spy in the North Guard station to be monitored, he couldn't help but get angry. If it weren't for this guy, with the help of the spy, this formation would have been easily destroyed. With this thought, Wind Tiger no longer refused Yu Ziqing. He roared and cooperated with Aunt Lan to deal with Lin Yi. Yu Ziqing wanted to take this opportunity to escape, but he had no other choice. He could only brace himself and continue to attack the base of the ancient array. Unfortunately, his original infant stage strength was too weak, and he could not even shake the base of the ancient array. It would be an exaggeration to say that his destructive power was better than nothing. Lin Yi humphed coldly and pointed his finger. A few lightning bolts as thick as a bucket rained down from the sky. It was a shocking scene. No matter where you were in the extreme North Island, you would be able to see this scene clearly. Moreover, the power of these lightning bolts was a bit stronger than the mysterious ascending stage's thunder tribulation. It was more than enough to deal with an opponent of the mountain opening stage. Chapter 6006. If it wasn't for the fact that he was worried about destroying the formation's base, his 1,000 lightning explosions or lightning burial would have been more suited to end the battle quickly. Aunt Lan did not expect Lin Yi's attack to be so strange and amazing. She was caught off guard and was directly struck by the lightning. However, she did not die on the spot due to her strength. She just looked extremely embarrassed. It was estimated that she would be completely finished after a few more lightning strikes. As for Wind Tiger, his speed was really amazing. Lin Yi's sudden attack was able to avoid most of it at the last moment and only grazed the edge. He was much better than Aunt Lan. "Your strength is not bad. Unfortunately, you have done something you shouldn't have. Today, this will be your burial place." Lin Yi's cold voice sounded in their ears at the same time. 2 5 elements murderous auras struck at the vital points between their eyebrows. Aunt Lan was shocked. She knew that Lin Yi was very powerful. Otherwise, he would not have been able to kill Uncle Oyu and Uncle Li. However, she had underestimated Lin Yi. With this kind of strength, if she hadn't been on guard, she would have been instantly killed by Lin Yi. Now facing Lin Yi's attack, she could only use all her strength to defend, and couldn't find the time to counterattack. Wind Tiger's situation was slightly better. He created a strong whirlpool of wind in front of him and completely wrapped Lin Yi's murderous aura in it. It constantly tore and weakened its destructive power. Strictly speaking, The wind element could restrain Qi transformation martial arts skills. Therefore, Lin Yi's 5 elements murderous aura could not advance at all under Wind Tiger's defense. Instead, it gradually dissipated. However, Lin Yi did not care. In order to avoid being besieged like last time, he decided to kill Aunt Lan with all his strength. The thunder evasion could teleport Lin Yi to any place he wanted. The aftermath of the thick lightning arcs had not dissipated yet. At this moment, Lin Yi was like a fish in water. Aunt Lan was desperately resisting the frontal attack. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi appeared behind her. Another lightning arc pierced out with an extremely explosive momentum. At this moment, Aunt Lan had no defense at all. If she faced Lin Yi alone, she could only wait for death. Fortunately, she had a more reliable companion, the Wind Tiger. Although it was only a spirit beast, it clearly understood the concept of interdependence. It knew that if Lin Yi killed Aunt Lan, it would not have an easy time either. Previously, it was able to escape from Lin Yi's pursuit because Lin Yi did not use the thunder evasion. Now that it had seen Lin Yi's thunder evasion, the Wind Tiger no longer had any thoughts of escaping. Among all the evasion techniques in the world, the thunder evasion was worthy of being the king of speed. At the very least, based on its experience, there was no other martial arts skill that could surpass the thunder evasion. The Wind Tiger had the wind evasion, which was slightly inferior to the thunder evasion. It might not be enough to escape, but it was barely enough to save Aunt Lan at such a close distance. A wind shield suddenly appeared behind Aunt Lan, blocking the lightning arc for a moment. Taking advantage of this moment, the Wind Tiger swept up Aunt Lan and escaped from Lin Yi's attack. At the same time, it released countless thin shadowless wind blades, using a fence as defense to cut off Lin Yi's path of pursuit. Lin Yi sneered. If the thunder evasion could be blocked so easily, could it still be called the #1 evasion technique in the world? A strange lightning arc twisted twice and went around the edge of the wind blades, catching up to the Wind Tiger and Aunt Lan in an instant. You like to fan yourself. Don't you know that I actually like to light a fire? Lin Yi said with a smile. He no longer attacked with the lightning attribute, but with the fire attribute. Frenzy Fire 8 trigrams palm. With a whoosh, the fire chi in Lin Yi's palm borrowed the wind power from the Wind Tiger's body and exploded like a prairie fire. The sudden and light explosion sound was endless. The Wind Tiger did not expect Lin Yi to change his attack so quickly and strangely. Caught off guard, he was directly burned full of holes. Moreover, many of the holes were caused by his own origin energy. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, the Wind Tiger turned around and ran. If it was not for the fact that his spiritual beast body was extremely strong, he might have been killed. If he did not run now, he would be courting death. He knew that his wind evasion could not outrun Lin Yi's thunder evasion. However, as long as someone could resist for a few breaths of time, there was still a chance for them to escape successfully. As for the people to resist, it was obviously Aunt Lan and Yu Ziqing, his too close comrade. Previously, the Wind Tiger saved Aunt Lan in order to fight against Lin Yi. However, now that he realized that there was no hope of fighting against him, he instantly decided to abandon Aunt Lan. Not only that, he coldly pushed Aunt Lan towards Lin Yi to fight for a chance of survival for himself. As a spiritual beast, the strong preyed on the weak was their instinct. Moreover, when escaping, one of the rules was to be faster than their companions. The moment Aunt Lan left his hand, the Wind Tiger forcefully circulated his chi and performed the wind evasion with a strength that exceeded his limits. In the blink of an eye, he had escaped tens of meters away. Lin Yi did not care about the Wind Tiger. He casually injured Aunt Lan and prepared to interrogate her. He then condensed a thick lightning arc and threw it directly at Yu Ziqing's back. This guy's attack didn't have much of an effect on the formation base, but Lin Yi didn't dare to be careless. If something were to happen and he really did destroy the formation base, who knew if all the seals on the island would collapse? The lightning arc pierced through Yu Ziqing's back and nailed him to the beach. The heavily injured Aunt Lan let out a sad cry. However, there was nothing she could do about Yu Ziqing's death. Lin Yi grabbed Aunt Lan from the ground and wanted to chase after the Wind Tiger. However, when he saw that a lot of the formation had been destroyed, he immediately hesitated. If someone else came and continued to destroy the formation while he was away, wouldn't it be bad? From the beginning of the battle to the Wind Tiger's escape and Yu Ziqing's death, less than half an incense stick's time had passed. Even if Lin Yi's lightning arcs, which were comparable to lightning tribulations, could attract the attention of Li Ziyu and the others, they would not be able to rush over to protect the formation in such a short amount of time. That damned Wind Tiger had obviously taken these factors into consideration. That was why it had escaped so decisively. It also knew that Lin Yi would definitely wait for reinforcements to arrive before chasing after it. Before that, there were opportunities for it to escape. If Lin Yi really started to chase after it, it would basically be dead meat. Lin Yi wanted to use his divine sense to lock onto the Wind Tiger and then chase after it. However, after the Wind Tiger used the wind evasion, his divine sense could not lock onto it at all. In the blink of an eye, he had completely lost track of the Wind Tiger. Chapter 6007. What do I ask you? If you answer me properly, I might consider letting you live. Lin Yi looked down at Aunt Lan and said coldly. Aunt Lan smiled miserably, looking as if she had nothing left to live for. Just kill me. You've already killed the young city lord, so it's hard for me to escape death. For someone who's determined to die, what's there to fear? You can choose not to cooperate, but if you think death is the scariest thing, then you're too naive. Don't you know there's a soul-searching technique in this world? Lin Yi smiled mockingly. He didn't believe that Aunt Lan, an expert at the mountain opening stage, didn't even know about the soul-searching technique. It was precisely because the mountain opening period placed more emphasis on the cultivation of the primordial spirit and divine sense that the soul-searching art was more threatening. Once one's soul was searched, the pain that was worse than death was not something an ordinary person could endure. Therefore, when Aunt Lan heard this, her eyes revealed extreme fear. If you doubt the authenticity of my words, I don't mind demonstrating it to you. Of course, once it starts, it's not something I can control. I'll most likely destroy your primordial spirit. Lin Yi smiled faintly. However, to the terrified Aunt Lan, it was simply the smile of a devil. She didn't know why, but Aunt Lan was sure that Lin Yi wasn't joking. He would really use a cruel method like the soul-searching technique. In fact, Lin Yi really knew how to use it. However, he didn't want to use it because it was similar to devouring the primordial spirit. There would be a lot of memories and information that didn't belong to him. It would be messy, and it would take a lot of effort to get rid of it. Therefore, most of the time, he used the soul-searching technique as a tool to scare people. If she could, Aunt Lan would definitely choose to kill herself. Unfortunately, her life and death were in Lin Yi's hands. It was not up to her to choose. Moreover, the soul-searching technique didn't require her body to be alive. As long as her primordial spirit was still alive, she could still use it. Ask whatever you want. Once you're done, give me a quick death. Aunt Lan sighed. She knew that she couldn't do it, so she didn't continue to be stubborn. Very well, as long as your answer satisfies me, I can agree to your request. Lin Yi readily agreed to Aunt Lan's request. It was just a small matter, not a big deal. First, tell me why you want to destroy the formation base of the extreme North Island. We have an agreement with the South Island Auction Association to introduce them to the unstable people of the extreme North Island. As long as we can do this, we will lead the sea beasts to besiege the extreme North Island and ruin the reputation of the extreme North Island so that no one dares to come in the future. Since she had agreed, Aunt Lan did not want to hide anything. She simply told him everything. The South Island Auction Association reached an agreement to attack the northernmost island by communicating with the sea beasts through the spirit beasts. It is said that they were also preparing to hold a top auction, but the auction in the northernmost island stole their limelight. That's why they made this decision. Once it's done, there will be no northernmost island in the future. Just for an auction? That's impossible, isn't it? Lin Yi's face was full of doubt. The South Island and the northernmost island were separated by thousands of miles. Was it really necessary to make such a big deal out of a mere auction competition? They established a relationship with the spirit beasts, communicated with the sea beasts, and even found the East Continent's Night Moon City just for an auction? Are they stupid or are they sick? I'm not sure about that. That's all I know. Aunt Lan shrugged expressionlessly, but it affected her wound, and she couldn't help but spit out some more blood. Because of that damned wind tiger, the tunnels of the city guards institution were exposed, and the spy we introduced to them was also being monitored. That's why those fellows forced the young city lord to personally destroy the formation base, and then you came. Who is the spy? Is there only one or several of them? Lin Yi was very concerned about this. It was a good opportunity to help Li Ziyu get rid of the spy. Aunt Lan gave a name to Lin Yi. Anyway, it was someone he did not know. He could ask Li Ziyu to find out later. This is the person we introduced. As for whether he has other accomplices, I'm not sure. You'll have to investigate this yourself. Aunt Lan was determined to reveal everything. Since they were going to die, everyone would die together. Since Wind Tiger could betray them, no one would have an easy time. In addition, I can also tell you that there is a powerful organization behind the South Island Auction Association. It is said that this organization is very powerful. In their eyes, our Night Moon City is nothing. Lin Yi's mind flashed like lightning. He really did not know much about the South Island Auction Association. But if there was an organization behind them, he had a rough idea of what was going on. The center. Only the center had the ability to control such a huge plan. Moreover, the center's plan for the South Island might have started from the South Island Auction Association. If they could reach a cooperative relationship with the spirit beasts now, then the plan for the South Island seemed to be going quite smoothly. Lin Yi had a headache about this. He could not handle so many things by himself. It seemed that while improving his strength, he had to train his subordinates more. He wanted them to grow up as soon as possible so that they could be independent. Otherwise, running around all day would tire him to death. How could he even talk about dealing with the center? At this moment, Lin Yi had a feeling of sudden enlightenment. It was as if the fog that had been covering his eyes suddenly disappeared. Everything had a reasonable explanation, and all the clues were connected. Aunt Lan opened her mouth. She wanted to say Zheng Tianqing, but she changed her mind when the words were on the tip of her tongue. Although that guy was not a good person, and Aunt Lan did not need to protect him, she thought that Yu Ziqing died in the hands of Lin Yi, and Zheng Tianqing and Lin Yi were obviously enemies. Maybe if she kept him alive, he could help them take revenge in the future. Anyway, he was just a small character, and Lin Yi might not care. So, she would hide it for the time being. If she was asked, it would not be too late to tell her. I've told you everything I know. Can you give me a quick death now? Aunt Lan looked at Lin Yi expressionlessly. She had already made up her mind to die. She did not even bother to beg for mercy. Chapter 6008. Since you are so cooperative, I can consider sparing your life. If you can work for me, it will be even better. Lin Yi had a lot of experience dealing with the core. Instigating the other side was a good way to deal with it. For example, Brother Da Feng in the early days, Chen Dongcheng later, etc., were all very successful examples, and they did help a lot. If Aunt Lan, an expert in the mountain opening period, could change sides, it would undoubtedly be more useful to Lin Yi. Unfortunately, Aunt Lan had already made up her mind to die. She only smiled faintly at the offer and rejected it without hesitation. I don't need your life, and I won't help you with anything. Since I can't protect the young master, dying with him is the best choice. As long as you keep your promise and give me a quick death, that's fine. You must have gone through a lot of hardships to reach the mountain opening stage. Is it really worth it to give up your life for someone else? Lin Yi could not help but feel a little strange. This Aunt Lan was really different. A normal cultivator, the stronger they were, the more they cherished their life. However, she was willing to die for Yu Ziqing. He did not know whether she was loyal or stupid. Whether it is worth it or not is up to me, it has nothing to do with you. If you don't want to do it yourself, let me kill myself. Aunt Lan felt a little sad. As a leader of the mountain opening period, she wanted to die, but she could not do it. It was really meaningless to continue living. I didn't expect you to be such a loyal person. Since you want to die, I can only fulfill your wish. Lin Yi sighed. He flicked his finger, and a strand of genuine qi shot out, killing the defenseless Aunt Lan on the spot. Then, He watched her spirit slowly disappear. Lin Yi sighed. If the situation on the extreme North Island was not so complicated, and she wanted to die, it was not impossible to spare her life. Now, he could only fulfill her last wish. In the distance, a large group of North Guards was rushing over. Lin Yi was relieved. Although the base of the formation was damaged, at least it wasn't completely destroyed. The seal of the extreme North Island wouldn't collapse just like that. Judging from the result, it wasn't too bad. Before the Northern Guard showed up, Lin Yi looted Yu Ziqing's belongings. Yu Ziqing was also a rich man. His loot was no less than Qian Shaodong's. Lin Yi even felt that his alchemy was nothing compared to Qian Shaodong's. It would be better to rob someone like Yu Ziqing. Master Lin. When the leader of the northern garrison saw the broken formations and the exposed formation bases, his face turned pale. After greeting Lin Yi respectfully, he could not help but wipe the cold sweat on his forehead. It was all thanks to Lin Yi's help. Otherwise, if something happened to the formation base, it would be hard to say what kind of trouble the extreme North Island would face. Inform the higher-ups immediately to send more people to protect the formation base here. At the same time, find a formation master to repair the formation here. If anyone suspicious wants to come close, kill them without mercy. Lin Yi did not talk nonsense with them. He directly gave the order. Then, he left the defense here to them and chased after the Wind Tiger. As for Yu Ziqing's and Aunt Lan's bodies, Lin Yi also told them to bury them properly. Although it was too late to catch up with the spirit beast, they might be able to find some clues if they followed the direction. Languzha. After chasing for a while, Lin Yi unexpectedly sensed Languzha's aura. At the same time, there was a violent battle. He used his divine sense to sweep in that direction and found that Languzha was fighting with someone. His opponent was the burly man in the form of the Wind Tiger. Good lad, well done. This was really a pleasant surprise. Lin Yi could not help but praise this guy. He thought that Languzha would stay on the ancient warship. He did not expect that he would suddenly appear here and block the Wind Tiger. As the lightning arcs flashed, Lin Yi slightly changed his direction and rushed to the place where Languzha and the Wind Tiger were fighting. This time, he must not let this guy slip away again. The Wind Tiger also noticed Lin Yi's approach, but he couldn't break free from Languzha's entanglement. This blue-blonde bastard was clearly weaker than him in terms of strength and speed, but he just had to appear out of nowhere and pester him. He'd somehow managed to hold him back just like that. Boss, don't interfere. Let me take care of this damn spirit beast. Languzha shouted and stopped Lin Yi from making a move. It was rare for him to have such an enjoyable fight. He did not want his boss to completely ruin his fun. Coincidentally, Languzha did follow Lin Yi's instructions and went to the ancient warship to look for Okuda Dam. He was going to stay on the warship to help. However, his divine sense suddenly sensed the aura of the spirit beast from last time. How could he sit still? He immediately restrained his aura and sneaked over. This guy also knew that he was not fast enough, so he made a sudden attack. As soon as he arrived, he engaged in close combat with the Wind Tiger. He would rather be hit once or twice than give the Wind Tiger a chance to pull away. In the beginning, the Wind Tiger did not take Languzha seriously at all. He wanted to use his strength to crush Languzha and finish the battle in an instant before leaving. However, even when Lin Yi caught up, he still could not defeat Languzha. Even if he wanted to escape, there was almost no chance. It was not impossible to forcefully break away from the battle, but Languzha's reckless attacks made the Wind Tiger extremely fearful. Without paying a certain price, there was no way he could do this. Once he was injured, it was hard to say whether he could still escape. Lin Yi originally wanted to finish the battle quickly. Since Languzha was so interested, he might as well treat it as training for him. Just now, he was thinking that he could not rely on himself to deal with the center. It was also very important to cultivate the abilities of his subordinates. He would start with Languzha. Then you should give him a good beating. If you can't beat him, don't expect me to give you a chance to fight in the future. Lin Yi smiled faintly, deliberately provoking Languzha. Other than eating, this guy liked to fight. Once he heard that he could not beat the Wind Tiger and would not have a chance to fight in the future, he immediately became 100 times more spirited. Smelly spirit beast, die. Languja roared and his aura increased again. Although his strength was not as high as the wind tiger's, his fighting strength was not inferior at all. As expected, the variant sea dragon was not that simple. With the wind tiger as a comparison, Languja's strength could be more reflected. Chapter 6009. Now this was the real battle between dragons and tigers. It was absolutely exciting and intense. Wind Tiger saw that Lin Yi really didn't want to make a move, so he immediately felt relieved. He was ready to kill Languja first. At this moment, there was a sudden roar in the distant northern sea. At the same time, it was accompanied by monstrous waves, crazily surging towards the extreme North Island. Although he could only vaguely see a small water line here, Lin Yi's divine sense could completely feel that the huge waves contained a powerful force. The alarm of the extreme North Island suddenly exploded. Lin Yi's face suddenly became gloomy. He knew that he was too careless. Although the array base on the northern beach was not destroyed, the previous damage had greatly weakened the restriction in that direction. If there were no accidents, these small cracks would be repaired very quickly. However, he neglected the fact that since the center was the one who pushed this matter behind the scenes, how could there not be any backup arrangements? Before, there were already sea beasts above the profound ascending stage swimming in the safe sea area of the enchantment. Now that the array base was already unstable, the sea beasts in the distant sea had probably already gathered and were waiting for the enchantment to be broken before attacking the extreme North Island. Because of the appearance of Lin Yi, the action of destroying the array base only carried out a small part before it stopped. The roar just now should be the gathering sea beasts found that the enchantment was no longer changing, so they simply concentrated their strength to attack the place where the enchantment was loosened. Looking at the scale of the huge waves, perhaps at least part of their goal had been achieved. Damn! Languja, there is no time for you to play. Lin Yi couldn't help but curse. He appeared in the middle of the battle between Wind Tiger and Languja as if he teleported, and directly blasted out a mad fire 8 trigram palm. The violent flame swept over, but Wind Tiger was not surprised. Instead, he was happy. He actually borrowed the force to fly out. Although he would inevitably suffer some minor injuries, it was much more cost-effective than taking the attack of the madman Languja. Wind Tiger naturally noticed the changes in the northern sea. He knew that this was his best time to escape. At this time, Lin Yi probably would not have the time to chase him. Therefore, as long as he left the battle here, he would have a great chance to get rid of these two troublesome guys. Wind escape skill. The Wind Tiger tried its best to use its ultimate move to escape, but nothing happened. Lin Yi didn't know when, but a small flag appeared in Lin Yi's hand, and lines of light formed a light net, covering a large area. Skylock flag. This was a treasure that Lin Yi took from Uncle OU. It was originally used to defend against Wind Tiger's wind escape skill, but now it was used by Lin Yi. Even if Wind Tiger ran, Lin Yi could still catch up to him with his fastest speed, but the current situation was exactly as Wind Tiger had predicted. Lin Yi didn't have the time to waste with him, and the best way was to not give him the chance to run. Within the range of the Skylock flag, Lin Yi's wind escape skill was also restricted. However, he still had the extreme butterfly subtle steps. With a slight shake of his body, he had already come to Wind Tiger's side. Because of the sudden failure of wind escape skill, Wind Tiger was stunned for a moment. It was at this moment that Lin Yi had already appeared behind him. The 5 elements murderous chi was easily injected into Wind Tiger's body, wantonly destroying the meridians in his body. The next moment, Wind Tiger was completely paralyzed on the ground, losing all the ability to move. Languja, hand this guy over to Li Ziyu. I will go to the ancient warship first. Lin Yi had no time to say more. He simply gave a sentence and disappeared into the distance in a flash of lightning. Languja opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he could not find Lin Yi. He could only reluctantly pick up the seriously injured Wind Tiger and hand him over to Li Ziyu. At the dock, the ancient warship was setting sail. The message that Lin Yi had sent to Okuda Dam was to prepare for battle and to enter the battlefield at any time. Now that there was a change in the Northern Sea, according to the agreement with the extreme North Island, he had to help. Lin Yi used the lightning escape skill to hurry. His speed was not much different from teleportation. In just 2 breaths, he had arrived at the dock. With another flash, he had already appeared on the ancient warship. If it was someone else, it would be impossible to board the warship after it set sail because the defense layer would block anyone who tried to board the warship. However, Lin Yi was the honorary vice captain. The defense layer was ineffective against him, so he could pass through it easily. Vice Captain Lin, seeing Lin Yi suddenly appear on the deck, many crew members bowed and then continued to do their work in an orderly manner. They seemed to be quite well trained. Lin Yi could not respond to them one by one. He could only nod casually and then continue to rush towards the bridge. Okuda Dam should be there now. Brother Okuda, increase the speed to the limit. The restriction of the Northern Sea has loosened. I am afraid that a large number of sea monsters will rush in. We must buy time for the extreme North Island to repair the array foundation. Lin Yi, who rushed into the bridge, saw Okuda Dam. He immediately said everything in one breath. Only then did he have a chance to catch his breath. Brother Lin, I have already started to increase the speed. However, the situation this time is a bit tricky. I am afraid that our ancient warship cannot stop the sea monsters for long. Okuda Dam's expression was cold. When he saw Lin Yi coming over, he could only force a smile. Brother Okuda, we have even seen the sea monster tide controlled by the sea dragon. What else can be difficult for us? Lin Yi smiled faintly, showing his strong confidence. He had no other choice. If Okuda Dam lost confidence, the restriction of the extreme North Island might really not be able to hold on. The situation of breaking the surface was suitable for war, and it was also suitable for restriction. In any case, Lin Yi's positive attitude still influenced the people on the ancient warship. Brother Lin is right. I, Okuda Dam, am a man who will conquer all the seas. How can I be scared by these sea monsters? Okuda Ba laughed heartily. His previous dignified expression was swept away, and his previous arrogant demeanor was revealed between his brows. Brother Okuda, let us brothers join hands again and fight against those damn sea monsters. Lin Yi was heroic. He reached out his hand and high-fived Okuda Dam. However, both of them knew that this battle would definitely be much more difficult than the last time. In the last sea monster tide, there were only a few sea monsters at the mountain opening stage. However, this time, just the vanguard already had close to 10 sea monsters at the mountain opening stage. One could imagine how many powerful sea monsters would appear when the real attack was launched. Chapter 60:10. In addition to defense, there was also the problem of attack power. The Starfall Array's powerful attack power was enough to instantly kill the mountain opening stage sea beasts. However, this was based on the situation of consuming a large amount of resources. Once the defense was tight and the attack power was too high, would the ancient warship be able to escape unscathed? Brother Lin, I'll leave the control of the attack to you. Okuda Ba was confident because Lin Yi had come over. His perfect control of the Starfall Array had shocked everyone on the ancient warship. Lin Yi was also unwilling to pass on this responsibility. However, he was able to control the Starfall Array because he relied on the ghostly thing. Therefore, he had to call the ghostly thing out first. Senior Ghost, stop your seclusion and come out to help. Lin Yi called out to the ghostly thing in his heart. If he didn't come out, this would be a big problem. Fortunately, the ghostly thing was reliable and quickly responded. What? You think of me at this time? The ghostly thing cackled strangely. It seemed to be very clear about the current situation. Those sea beast whelps are making quite a ruckus. But boy, do you want to use this ancient warship to resist the sea beast tide? Of course it's not just that. The extreme North Island also has a battleship. In addition, the barrier here is only loosened, it hasn't collapsed. Even if the sea beasts can break through an entrance, their strength will still be suppressed. So, although the sea beast tide we are facing is stronger than the last one, it's still uncertain how much combat power they can exert. Lin Yi had already calculated in his heart. If there was really no hope, he wouldn't drag Okuda Ba to his death. Boy, what you said is reasonable. However, I have to warn you. If we lose the battle, this ancient warship won't be able to escape. If we go there now, there will only be two outcomes. Either we win or we die. After a slight pause, the ghostly thing laughed strangely again. Sorry, there is another outcome. When we win, you will also die. If I die, you won't be well off. You better think of a way to ensure that we can survive. Lin Yi also knew that if Oba Okuda led the fleet to break out of the encirclement, there was at least an 80% chance that they could escape the whirlpool of the extreme North Island. There would definitely be waves of sea beasts in other directions, but since the main attacking direction was in the north, with the combat power of the ancient warship and the other treasure ships, they would still have a chance to escape by breaking through the dock. Moreover, because the island in the north would attract the attention of the sea beasts, they would probably not be pursued too much. However, once they went to the north and fought the sea beasts head-on, it would be equivalent to falling into a quagmire. Even if they could escape, they would be surrounded by sea beasts from other directions. To put it bluntly, Okuda BA was putting all his family's assets and his life on the line. However, he had no other choice. He had agreed to go to the northernmost island in advance. Even if there was danger, he still had to go. This matter concerned the credibility and honor of the men at sea. They would rather die than submit. You know the method to guarantee your survival. You just need to turn around and break out of the encirclement. The ghostly thing let out a strange laugh and then fell silent. It was unknown whether it was thinking about the battle or simply didn't want to talk. A large number of sea beasts have been discovered 20 miles ahead. All of them are at least at the original infant stage. It is estimated that there are at least 30 of them at the mountain opening stage. This news from the early warning personnel caused Lin Yi and Oba Okuda's expressions to become serious. This was only the first wave of sea beasts that entered, and there were already more than 30 of them at the mountain opening stage. How many more would there be at the back? Why are there so many high-level sea beasts gathered in this wave of sea beasts? In this part of the sea, the mountain opening stage beasts are definitely the overlords of this area. Why are they all just pawns? Oba Okuda muttered to himself. If there were only so many sea beasts, he wouldn't have anything to worry about. However, these were only the vanguard. It made him feel a lot of pressure. Brother Okuda, advance at full speed. We must block the gap in the array formation of the northernmost island. We must not let the sea beasts continue to come in. Lin Yi was also a little nervous in his heart. However, he was extremely calm on the surface. At the same time, he began to command the ordinary cannons to prepare to fire. Brothers, this is a battle for us to show our strength to the world. All the sea beasts that enter the array formation of the northernmost island will be suppressed and weakened. 30 sea beasts at the mountain opening stage might only be at the mysterious ascending stage or even the original infant stage. If we don't kill them now, what are we waiting for? After this battle, the sea beasts will run away from us. Kill. After preparing the cannons, Lin Yi loudly encouraged the morale of the crew. Although what he said was just a guess, it should be the truth. Therefore, it was very convincing. Kill. When Lin Yi's voice was transmitted to every corner of the ancient warship through the sound-amplifying array formation, all the crew members' blood was boiling. At the same time, they let out a murderous roar. Countless spiritual jades were drained of energy and turned into dazzling light from the muzzle of the warship's cannons. The light tore through the space of the sea area and instantly appeared at the densest point of the sea beast tide. Flowers of death bloomed and mercilessly harvested the lives of the sea beasts. Lin Yi's strategy was very successful. He adjusted most of the muzzle of the warship's cannons to the front, forming a small area of concentrated attack. Although the area of attack was smaller, the power was greatly increased. In just the first round of firing, 8 mountain opening stage sea beasts had fallen. The number of mysterious ascending stage and original infant stage sea beasts had increased by several times. This was a truly magnificent result. It immediately raised the morale of the crew members of the ancient warship. No matter how good it was not as good as seeing this spectacular scene with their own eyes. Suddenly, everyone was full of confidence in their mission. Well done. Brother Lin is really a genius in sea battles. Okuda BA slapped the control panel of the bridge excitedly. He wanted to personally go and fire a few shots. The speculation that the sea beasts were weakened by the array formation is correct. Therefore, it is not surprising that the first round of firing could have such a result. Everyone, prepare for the second round of firing. Lin Yi did not look happy at all. This was just the appetizer. The real battle had just begun. The sea beast tide that was attacked instantly dispersed. Especially those mountain opening stage sea beasts. Although their strength was suppressed, their reaction was still extremely fast. They constantly swam among the sea beasts, making it impossible for the ancient warship to focus fire on them. As for those original infant stage sea beasts, they were considered powerful normally. But here, they were completely used as cannon fodder. Chapter 60:11. Don't stop, charge straight into the horde of sea beasts. We need to get past these sea beasts to guard the gap in the barrier. Charge. Lin Yi was completely immersed in his role as he yelled out the order. This seemed like a crazy order, but it was carried out without hesitation. Under normal circumstances, the ancient warship would, of course, increase the distance between them and use their superior firepower to kite the sea beasts. Once they got close to the sea beasts, the cannons would not be of much use. Prepare the firepower on the side. Shoot indiscriminately. Leave the sea beasts that are not destroyed to the warships of the extreme North Island. We don't need to waste time on these fish that escaped the net. After the ancient warship charged into the horde of sea beasts, it immediately became difficult to move forward. Moreover, the attacks it received also multiplied. After giving the order, Lin Yi quickly rushed out of the bridge. Brother Okuda, you will command the rest. Once we need to use the starfall formation, I will immediately come back. Lin Yi left this sentence and disappeared outside the door. In just a moment, Lin Yi arrived on the deck and stood at the front of the warship. He waved his hand at the sea beasts around him, and countless lightning bolts descended from the sky. 1000 Thunderbolt Explosion. This skill's single target power was not as good as Thunder Burial, but it had a wider range. It was definitely a good weapon for group battles, especially against sea beasts in the sea. When the lightning bolts fell into the water, its power would multiply. Even if the sea beasts were not directly hit, they would not be able to escape the fate of being electrocuted. If it was before Lin Yi learned lightning evasion, he might accidentally damage the ancient warship when he used 1000 Thunderbolt Explosion. But now, his control over lightning had greatly improved. Although he still could not completely control 1000 Thunderbolt Explosion, he could at least barely avoid the ancient warship. The ancient warship's close combat ability was somewhat lacking, so Lin Yi could only personally go into battle as a supplement for close combat weapons. The effect of 1000 Thunderbolt Explosion was unexpectedly good. Perhaps it was because of the barrier suppressing its strength, it actually killed more than 100 sea beasts. Among them, there was no lack of profound ascension stage sea beasts and even a mountain opening stage sea beast. A burst of cheers erupted on the deck. Although no sound could be heard from the bridge, it was probably the same situation. Fortunately, no one stopped their work and continued to operate in an orderly manner. Lin Yi's confidence was greatly boosted. The duration of the 1000 Thunderbolt Explosion was not short. It was enough for him to recover some of the stamina he had consumed. Although he could not keep using it like this, maintaining the intensity of the attack for a short period of time was not a problem. For a moment, the entire sea was filled with arcs of blue lightning jumping and exploding violently. Even if the sea beasts did not die, their bodies would be paralyzed and they would tremble uncontrollably. It was already impossible for them to attack the ancient warship. The originally dangerous voyage was unexpectedly safe and smooth. The cooperation between the warship cannons and Lin Yi had reached a flawless level. The ancient warship managed to carve a bloody path through the sea beast tide and arrived at the outermost gap of the northern sea barrier. There was still a steady stream of sea beasts pouring in from there. The concentrated fire from the warship cannons could only slightly slow down the speed of the sea beasts entering. Fortunately, another 5 warships from the extreme North Island had arrived. They formed a small fleet and stabilized the situation. Even if the ancient warship could not stop all the sea beasts, there was no need to worry about it causing any harm to the extreme North Island. Unknowingly, there were no more sea beasts around the ancient warship that were willing to come over. Lin Yi also heaved a sigh of relief. If they continued to fight like this, he did not know how long he could last. Lin Yi, who was slightly tired, simply returned to the bridge and discussed the next step of the plan with Okuda Ba. Brother Okuda, how long can the ancient warship last? Lin Yi did not beat around the bush and asked the most important question. If we don't use the Starfall Matrix, we can fight for about 6 hours. Once we use the Starfall Matrix, it's hard to say. Maybe after 10 attacks, all the energy will be used up. Okuda Ba did not know what he was feeling now. He was worried that a big guy would come and force the Starfall Matrix out, causing the ancient warship to run out of energy. However, he also hoped that a big guy would come and use the Starfall Matrix to kill as many sea beasts as he could while they were weakened by the restriction. If a sea dragon came and entered the restriction, it would probably be very difficult to escape like last time. Moreover, if the leader of the sea beasts was defeated, this wave of sea beasts might end just like that. I hope the people from the Li family can repair the damaged matrix as soon as possible. Lin Yi sighed softly and thought of another very important question. Brother Okuda, have you thought about how long we can last? This question was asked in a very low voice, almost like a telepathic message. Because it concerned the survival of the entire ancient warship, Lin Yi had to confirm it. Resources and energy were limited. If the ancient warship continued to fight until it ran out of energy, it could only wait for death in the end. However, if they saved some resources to escape, not to mention whether they could escape successfully, it would also cause the defense of the extreme North Island to fail. It would be better to give up resistance from the beginning. Okuda Ba seemed to have thought about this question. He immediately smiled and said, I have no regrets to be able to fight with Brother Lin until the last moment. I have already come this far, can I still retreat? Boys, are you willing to turn around and run away, and let these damn sea beasts chase after you? Or are you willing to kill as many as you want at the front line? Tell me loudly. Okuda Ba suddenly turned on the sound amplification spell and laughed loudly, so that his voice could be heard by everyone. Kill. 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 All the crew members' blood was boiling, and they shouted passionately. They were all iron-blooded warriors, and none of them was willing to show their backs to the sea beasts. I know the answer. It is my honor to be able to fight side by side with Brother Okuda. Lin Yi smiled faintly and reached out his hand to shake Okuda Ba's hand. The situation here was slowly under control. After the warships of the extreme North Island cleared the sea beasts that had entered before, they also came over to help seal the gap. For a time, a subtle balance was formed. At this time, there was a shocking explosion on the extreme North Island. Even on the battlefield hundreds of miles away, Lin Yi and the others could faintly hear some of it. It showed how shocking the incident on the extreme North Island was. Chapter 60:12. Oh no, the formation base of the island seems to be under attack again. I just don't know who it is. Lin Yi's expression changed drastically. He could not wait to go back and see what was going on. But if he left now, what if a big guy came in through the gap? Without the Starfall formation, it could easily destroy the ancient warship with a slap. Okuda Ba was also depressed. As the gap became bigger, it became more difficult to block it. Besides, if there were no spies on the island, no matter how hard they tried, it would be meaningless. More importantly, as the restriction formation became looser, the suppression effect on the sea beasts became weaker. Especially at the edge of the periphery, there was almost no difference. What are the people of the Li family doing? Why haven't they shown up to clean up the mess? Although Okuda Ba was complaining, he was actually very sure that the people of the Li family should have already taken action. Not only the island lord Li Zaixiang, but there might be even more powerful hidden experts coming out together. After all, the destruction of the array base was a super big matter related to the survival of the extreme North Island. Okuda Ba's guess was right. Li Zaixiang had already made a move again. He wanted to train Li Ziyu, but the current situation was already beyond his control. If the Island Lord didn't come out, the extreme North Island wouldn't need the Island Lord anymore. Traitors! Who gave you the courage to do this? Li Zaixiang appeared on the beach on the west side. There were more than 20 northern garrison soldiers gathered there. However, they were not protecting the array base. Instead, they were destroying the array base and attacking it blatantly. The shocking explosion was caused by them detonating the array outside the array base. The array base was damaged to a certain extent. Li Zixiang was the first to arrive. When he saw the North garrison attacking the formation base, he roared and slapped all the traitors away. At the same time, he severed their meridians, making them even weaker than ordinary people. Tell me, who ordered you to do this? I will give you a quick death. Otherwise, you will know what it means to be better off dead than alive. Li Zixiang could hardly suppress the anger in his heart. If it weren't for the confession, he would have wiped out all the traitors in one go. To Li Zixiang's surprise, the 20 soldiers bit the poison in their mouths without saying a word. In just a few seconds, they were poisoned to death. Li Zixiang didn't even have a chance to stop them because he didn't notice it. Li Zixiang was dumbfounded. He did not expect these traitors to commit suicide so decisively. What kind of benefits could make them betray the island and even become men of sacrifice? What was the background of the enemy of the extreme North Island? Master, 2 of the formation bases have been damaged. The sea beasts have invaded the inner sea and formed a tide of sea beasts. The North Sea is protected by the ancient warships, so it is not too dangerous for now. But the west side has just been weakened, so we can't take care of it. A northern guard quickly came and told Li Zixiang the information he had collected. He hoped that Li Zixiang could solve the problem as soon as possible. You don't have to worry about the west side. I will go there. Pass my order. The other 2 sides must be guarded by more people. The restriction formation of the extreme North Island can't stand any more damage. Li Zixiang was really angry. After giving the order, he was ready to start a massacre. Li Ziyu and his men were guarding the island. Li Zixiang could rest assured. Therefore, he had to go to the west side where the formation was weakened to stop the sea beasts from entering the sea. Li Zixiang looked up to the sky and let out a long and clear cry. A fire phoenix soared up from the Li family and responded to Li Zixiang with a clear cry. In the blink of an eye, it flew above his head. The fire phoenix was one of the top flying spiritual beasts. Not only was it fast, but it was also very strong. In terms of bloodline inheritance, it was second only to the bloodline of the vermilion bird. If Li Zixiang had not had a fortuitous encounter in his early years, he would not have been able to subdue such a spiritual beast. In fact, this fire phoenix was not subdued by him. It had a similar relationship with Lin Yi and Languja. Li Zixiang jumped and landed on the back of the fire phoenix that was flying at a low altitude. Then, he rushed to the west side of the sea. It only took him a few breaths to cover the short distance of 100 miles. When they appeared in the sea, thousands of sea beasts had entered the range of the formation. Brother Hua, it is rare that we can fight together. Don't be lazy. Li Zixiang laughed and clasped his hands together. The aura on his body seemed to be boiling, causing the surrounding space to distort. The fire phoenix also laughed and flapped its huge wings. It was like a king looking down at the sea. They are just some inferior sea beasts. You don't need to be so serious, right? Before its voice fell, a huge pillar of fire shot out from the fire phoenix's mouth towards the sea. Normally, when a fire attribute cultivator fought on the sea, it would have its own weakening effect. It would be good if it could display 60% of its power. However, the fire phoenix's flames were different. The sea water in this area could not affect it. Li Zixiang was an expert at the mountain opening stage who cultivated both water and fire. He was most proficient in using water and fire to display power far beyond his normal state. The tacit understanding between Li Zixiang and the fire phoenix was not much different from him using his own martial arts. When the fire phoenix launched its attack, Li Zixiang's aura wrapped around the pillar of fire. In an instant, the explosive power of the pillar of fire doubled. Before the pillar of fire fell to the sea, it turned into a sky full of fire rain. To be exact, it was a sky full of small fire arrows. They covered a radius of several hundred meters and directly killed many sea beasts. Moreover, these flames did not extinguish after achieving their goal. Instead, they burned even more fiercely when they came into contact with the sea water. In just a breath's time, It had formed a continuously burning sea of fire. Within the sea of fire, the sea beasts that were not pierced by the small fire arrows roared miserably and desperately dove down. However, no matter how they tried to escape, the flames on their bodies would not extinguish. Even if they dove into the deep sea, they would still be turned into ashes in the end. Such a terrifying fire attack was only one move from Li Zixiang and the Fire Phoenix. Brother Hua, there is an ancient battleship in the north and 8 medium-sized battleships of our extreme north island. Do you think the two of us will be more powerful than them? The degree of loosening of the restriction here was much better than expected. Therefore, Li Zixiang's expression was relaxed and he was in the mood to joke. Chapter 60:13. A man and a phoenix blocked the gap with flames. The sea beasts under the mountain opening stage did not dare to take a step forward. Old Li, do you want to fly out and beat them up? Otherwise, these little bastards in the sea will say that we are bullying them. The Fire Phoenix was excited and began to encourage Li Zixiang to take the initiative to attack, leaving the range of the restriction to attack the sea beasts gathering outside. Because the main direction of attack was the northern sea, although there were a large number of sea beasts in the west, their strength would definitely be reduced. For example, there were only more than 200 sea beasts in the mountain opening stage here, plus 2 sea beasts in the earth opening stage. It was not a big deal. Li Zixiang wanted to see the situation outside. The sea beast tide was not weakened by the restriction. Don't think that the two of them were so powerful inside. Once they went out, it would not be so easy. Hehe, forget it, we are reasonable people. Since they did not enter the forbidden area, it is not good to take the initiative to attack them. Moreover, our main purpose is to guard this gap. There is no need to complicate matters. Li Zixiang dryly laughed twice and righteously rejected Fire Phoenix's proposal. If there are only 17 or 18 sea beasts in the mountain opening period and 1 earth opening period, he and Fire Phoenix can still go out and do whatever they want. However, there are 2 earth opening period, more than 200 mountain opening period sea beasts, and a large number of sea beasts in the mysterious ascending period and gathering vitality period. Did they really think that they were super masters in the sea splitting stage if they joined forces? You guy, why did you become so wishy-washy after being injured in retreat? Do you think we can't beat them? The Fire Phoenix complained discontentedly while attacking. It was rare for them to come out and fight. Couldn't they fight to their heart's content? To some extent, the character of the Fire Phoenix and Languja seemed to be a bit similar. They were both guys who liked to get beaten up. Of course, the ones they beat up were the others. Don't be silly, how could we not be able to defeat those trash sea beasts? Didn't I always say that we should use virtue to convince others? Others haven't attacked us yet, so even if we know that they have this idea, we can't judge them to be wrong before they even carry out their plan. Don't you think so? Li Zixiang muttered in between attacks. Anyway, he wouldn't go out no matter what. Although there was Fire Phoenix, they could always escape if they couldn't defeat it, but it was related to the safety of the extreme North Island. Li Zixiang didn't dare to make any mistakes. If there was any negligence, for example, they were entangled by sea beasts, and then other sea beasts attacked the extreme North Island through the gap. At that time, it would be impossible to remedy it. This was not a joke. I don't know whether it is right or not, but the 2 opening earth beasts came in by themselves. It is not a joke. The Fire Phoenix let out an excited cry and quickly swooped down to the 2 opening earth sea beasts in the gap. These 2 fellows were quite cunning. They did not completely enter the restriction. Half of their huge bodies were left outside the restriction. If the foundation of the formation was not damaged, this situation would definitely not have happened. However, now that the formation had loosened, they were able to find a loophole. Because only a part of their body was in the restriction, the suppression had almost no effect on them. In the case that their strength was not damaged, these 2 opening earth sea beasts were not afraid of the joint attack of Li Zixiang and the Fire Phoenix. A huge whirlpool appeared on the sea. The invisible restriction did not affect the formation of this whirlpool. So the inside and outside of the restriction were affected. The violent hurricane rolled up the water column to resist the Fire Phoenix's flame. At the same time, it also posed a great threat to his flying in the air. A little interesting. These two guys are finally a little bit more decent. The fire phoenix laughed and flapped its wings. It deftly avoided the continuous attack of the water column. The flame in its mouth was no longer scattered. Instead, it was extremely condensed and fell directly into the center of the whirlpool. With a loud bang, the whirlpool completely collapsed. The sea of fire, which had been somewhat extinguished, burned crazily again. The two opening earth sea beasts turned around and escaped the attack of the flame. Although their attack was broken, they did not suffer any loss. Fire Phoenix, are you helping the sea beasts? Li Zixiang shouted. Even Brother Hua had turned into a fire phoenix. He was a little flustered and exasperated. Because the attack was too violent, it actually affected the gap of the restriction. It was equivalent to the two opening earth sea beasts attacking the restriction together. Mistake. I told you to go out and beat them. But you didn't believe me. Now you have fallen into a trap. The fire phoenix was a little embarrassed at first. But it immediately retorted. Li Zixiang suddenly became angry. Why is it my fault? If it weren't for the fact that we have been friends for so many years, everyone would think that you are a spy. Fortunately, these two guys were already used to this way of getting along. Quarreling did not affect their cooperation against the enemy. It was no wonder that Li Zixiang and Li Ziyu were so strange. It turned out that their family style was like this. The sea beasts outside saw that they could take advantage of the situation. Since they could not go in, they might as well attack the restriction from outside. If the foundation of this ancient formation wasn't damaged, then the edges of the restriction wouldn't be afraid of this kind of attack. But now it was different. There were cracks and gaps, and even nascent soul-stage sea beasts would be able to form an effective attack. Damn. Are you satisfied now? I have to go out now. Li Zixiang cursed in a low voice. He separated his hands. A ball of flame and a ball of water appeared in each of his palms. It was similar to the super bomb used by Lin Yi. I told you that I wanted to go out, but you didn't believe me. But it is not too late now. Let's go beat them up. The fire phoenix laughed carelessly. It instantly passed through the restriction and appeared in the sea outside. If they were too close to the edge of the restriction, the fluctuations of the battle at the Earth opening stage would affect the gap. It was obviously not possible to hide in the restriction. They could only take the initiative to attack and move the battlefield to the sea outside. Beat the hell. Hurry up and use your big move. After fighting, we will run away. Li Zixiang put his hands together in a bad mood. The ball of flame was sent into the ball of water. The burning light became brighter. The fire phoenix let out a clear cry and formed a ball of dazzling white flame in its mouth. Li Zixiang's expression was extremely painful. The small ball of water and fire in his hand seemed to weigh more than 1,000 pounds. He felt that he could not control it. The fire phoenix raised its head slightly. The blazing white flame seemed to rise slowly but quickly. In an instant, it also merged into the fire phoenix. Li Zixiang roared and raised his hands high above his head. It was as if he was holding a small sun in his palms. The whole night sky was illuminated. Indefinite flame tide. Chapter 60:14. Looking down from the sky, one could clearly see that the sea level in this area was at least 7 or 8 meters lower than the surrounding sea level. All the sea beasts here, except for 2 Earth opening stage and a few defensive mountain opening stage sea beasts, had all evaporated with the seawater without a trace. As for the few sea beasts that survived, they were already seriously injured and were only a breath away from death. They had basically lost the ability to fight again. Li Zixiang fiercely spat out a mouthful of blood, but the blood in the air did not have time to fall at all. It evaporated without leaving a trace. Still not running, are you waiting to die? Li Zixiang collapsed on the fire phoenix and smiled weakly. The fire phoenix also looked a little dispirited. Evaporating hundreds of kilometers of sea surface and sea beasts almost completely wiped out this sea beast tide. He and Li Zixiang had paid an unimaginable price. When they go back this time, they might not be able to recover without a few years of seclusion. This joint move of the indefinite flame tide was almost a forbidden move for the two of them. If they used it once, they might die. If the situation was not really urgent, they would not take the risk. I won't wait to die, but I'm about to die because of you. I originally wanted to have a good fight, but you bastard actually used a big move as soon as we came up. If I can't fly, won't I become the first fire phoenix to drown in the sea? This is too shameful. The fire phoenix's body had already sunk less than 2 meters above the sea surface. In fact, when the surrounding seawater flowed back, it was indeed considered to have sunk below the sea level. Flapping its wings hard, the fire phoenix managed to pull up with great difficulty. Originally, it was like a meteor, but now it did not have any left. From a distance, it looked like someone was flying a kite. It was swaying and fluttering, and it was the kind of kite that could fall at any time. The seriously injured sea beasts were not much better than the fire phoenix and Li Zixiang. Basically, they could be finished with a casual attack. Unfortunately, Li Zixiang and the fire phoenix were also afraid that they would attack them, so it was better for everyone to run away. Li Zixiang fell on the fire phoenix and once again spat out a mouthful of blood, which was also immediately evaporated. His condition was really very bad. Originally, he thought that the effects of his cultivation deviation had completely disappeared under the effect of the yin and yang pill, and he could completely withstand the unfixed flame tide, but it was clear that he was too optimistic this time. The backlash from the unpredictable flame tide was secondary. The old injuries and internal injuries that weren't too serious before would erupt at the same time. This was Li Zixiang's greatest crisis. In addition to vomiting blood, his skin was also rapidly becoming dry and chapped, as if he was severely dehydrated. Once the water and fire attribute martial technique was unable to control the backlash, this kind of symptom would appear. If Li Zixiang did not treat his injuries as soon as possible, this kind of symptom would be enough to take his life. Hey, Li is thinking, are you okay? Don't freaking scare me. Fire Phoenix also felt that something was wrong with Li Zixiang, and suddenly became a little flustered. Where are your healing pills? Hurry up and eat some more. I can still hold on. You should worry about yourself. Don't drown in the sea. Li Zixiang forced a smile, not forgetting to ridicule Fire Phoenix's state. Seeing you so energetic, I feel relieved. To be honest, I really can't fly. Why don't you go into the sea and swim back by yourself? This way, I can save some strength, so that I won't drown to death. Fire Phoenix suppressed the worry in her heart, and carelessly spoke nonsense. Now, Fire Phoenix could only talk to Li Zixiang to raise his spirit, lest he completely fainted, which would be really dangerous. Only by maintaining a clear mind could he try to control his injuries. As for the healing pills, Fire Phoenix no longer mentioned them, because she had already discovered that when Li Zixiang took out a 7th grade Great Recover pill, just as it was about to reach his mouth, before he could even swallow it, the pill had already turned into a pill liquid, and then evaporated. In other words, Li Zixiang now didn't even have the chance to swallow a Great Recover pill to heal his injuries. He could only rely on his remaining true qi to barely control his injuries, and recover a little bit. If he lost consciousness, needless to say, he would die. That's fine too. You can throw me down. Maybe I can swim back before you do. I've never seen such a slow-flying Fire Phoenix. Any butterfly would be faster than you. Li Zixiang laughed while coughing blood. He was well aware of his own state. Maybe this time, he really couldn't hold on. Being able to say a few more words to Fire Phoenix, joking around was also good. Fire Phoenix's heart was stifled. She actually didn't know what to say. She wanted Li Zixiang to stay awake, but this guy coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood every time he spoke. If this went on, would he really be able to hold on? Fire Phoenix, my brother, if I really can't hold on this time, my family's stinky brat, please take good care of him for a period of time, at least until he truly grows up. Seeing that Fire Phoenix didn't speak, Li Zixiang lightly sighed and put away his smile. His words were filled with an unconcealable sense of weakness. Fart. Don't even think about it, your son. I won't help you take care of him. You better pull yourself together, and then after 100 years, pass the position of the island master to your son. Do you understand? Fire Phoenix fiercely interrupted Li Zixiang's words. While swearing, she used all her strength to flap her wings, wanting to speed up to return to the island in the extreme north. Li Zixiang couldn't swallow the 7th grade Great Recover pill. Then what about the 1st grade Profound Level pill? If not, Then what about the second-grade profound level pill? The higher the grade of the pill, the more terrifying the temperature of the alchemy fire during refining. He didn't believe that the heat in his body could still melt this kind of profound level pill. Now on the island in the extreme north, there were first-grade and second-grade profound level alchemist. What Fire Phoenix didn't know was that the second-grade profound level alchemist he heard of was now in a predicament. Not long ago, the fleet led by the ancient warship blocked the gap in the north, but at the same time, the sea beasts in the outer sea also launched an attack on the barrier in the outer sea. Just like the problem Li Zixiang faced, if he only hid in the barrier to defend, the gap in the barrier would sooner or later become bigger and bigger, and finally completely collapse and dissipate. Lin Yi also had to make up his mind, whether he should rush out and take the initiative to attack, find the leader of the sea beasts to behead, or immediately retreat. While the ancient warship still had enough energy, maybe he could successfully escape under the cover of the 8 medium-sized warships. Chapter 60:15. Lin Yi closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He asked the ghost in his mind, "Senior Ghost, can you find the leader of the sea beast tied outside? If you can determine its position, there may be a chance. I don't know who the leader is, but there are at least 10 Earth opening stage sea beasts outside. There are even sea-splitting stage sea beasts. But if you want to rush out, I don't think you will survive." The ghost rarely became serious. Even if it was at its peak, it would choose to retreat in the face of such a terrifying lineup. Therefore, if Lin Yi wanted to attack the sea beast tide, and in the open sea where there were no restrictions, the ghost really didn't think that he would come back alive. Do I have to escape? Even if I want to escape, the ancient warship won't be able to escape. Lin Yi didn't continue to hesitate. He didn't have time to hesitate. He had to stop the sea beasts from attacking the restrictions in the open sea. "Senior Ghost, help me find the strongest sea beast you can find, and then control the starfall formation to kill it. This is the only chance." Lin Yi suddenly opened his eyes and gave a sonorous order, "All ships ready, attack. Prepare the starfall formation." Under Lin Yi's order, the huge ancient warship was like a prehistoric giant beast bearing its fangs and claws. Its speed was raised to the limit, and it suddenly rushed out of the restrictions. The lights of the warship's cannons flickered continuously, and all the sea beasts in front of it were killed. Without the suppression of the restriction spell, the sea beasts were like sharks that had smelled the scent of blood. They quickly surrounded the ancient warship. Among them, there were many powerful sea beasts of the mountain opening stage and even the earth opening stage. Countless violent attacks fell on the defensive layer, causing waves of turbulence. The energy of the defensive layer can't be maintained for too long, at most 10 breaths of time. The crew member in charge of the defensive layer calmly reported his own situation, but the fine beads of sweat on his forehead exposed his nervousness. If the defensive layer was lost, even the ancient warship would be no different from a piece of paper in the face of the sea beast tide. Suddenly, stars appeared in the dark night sky, and the whole sky seemed to be upside down. Endless star power was gathering, and the starfall formation was ready. The western sea region of the extreme North Island suddenly lit up with a dazzling white light as if it was daytime. At the same time, there was a terrifying fluctuation, but this did not affect the shining starlight in the sky. The Earth-opening realm sea beast that was closest to the ancient battleship tried to escape. Even at its level, it didn't dare to touch the power of the starfall formation. That was because the slightest attack could turn it into ashes in a puff of smoke. Fortunately, this fellow seemed to know that the attack speed of the starfall array was extremely slow and that it was difficult to lock onto him. As long as he could constantly change his position before activating the starfall array, he would be able to easily evade the attack. Theoretically speaking, this was not wrong. If Okuda Dam was the one controlling the starfall array, then even the mountain opening stage sea beasts would be able to do it. However, the one controlling the starfall array wasn't Okuda Dam, but this damned Earth-ranked array master. A dazzling river of stars poured down, just like a waterfall in the void, and easily hit the sea beast of the Earth opening stage, while simultaneously killing hundreds of sea beasts in the vicinity. All the sea beasts under the starfall array didn't have the opportunity to escape. They didn't even have the ability to resist, and were all turned into ashes. "Brother Okuda, the power of the starfall array seems to have increased again. It's much more powerful than last time. Lin Yi nodded with satisfaction. This wasn't the strongest attack of the Starfall array. It was a small test, but it could kill an Earth-opening stage sea beast and many other levels of sea beasts. It was a good harvest, and at least it could weaken the opponent's strength. Okuda Dam didn't have time to answer Lin Yi. He was shocked to see the movement of the sea beast tide. Those powerful sea beasts above the Earth-opening stage were leaving the battlefield. The ancient battleship was about to collapse, but this inexplicable turn of events had suddenly appeared. Was good luck finally coming? Although the Starfall array was powerful, Okuda Dam wasn't naive enough to think that the sea beast tide would be afraid of it and change their plan. The opponent would use a large number of low-level sea beasts to exhaust the Starfall array's attack, and then take the opportunity to attack the ancient battleship. As long as the ancient battleship was sunk, then the 8 medium-sized battleships behind it would be nothing more than toys. I understand now. There's a change in the Western Sea, so the powerful sea beasts are all heading there. Okuda Dam slammed the command platform, and almost roared. It wasn't hard to come to this conclusion, considering that the direction was as bright as day. If the ancient battleship hadn't appeared, the sea beasts might have attacked the restriction forcefully. However, the Starfall array had displayed a strong attack and precise killing power, and even the powerful sea beasts above the Earth-opening stage were a little afraid. No one who could cultivate to this level was a fool. Instead of resisting the Starfall array, it was better to go to the Western Sea to see what was going on. Perhaps there was a gap in the restriction there? Lin Yi wasn't prepared for such a change. The sea beasts above the Earth-opening stage had all gone to the Western Sea, but there were still many mountain-opening stage sea beasts here. If he used the Starfall array, he wouldn't be able to kill many of them, and it would consume too much energy. If he didn't use the Starfall array, he could only face the mountain-opening stage sea beasts, and it would be impossible for him to chase after the high-level sea beasts that had left. Brother Okuda, what do you think we should do now? Lin Yi also secretly scratched his head. The Starfall array was like a nuclear weapon in the secular world. It was the most suitable to be used as a deterrent, but once it was used, it would lose its strongest effect. Because of the ancient battleship's Starfall array, the sea beasts had retreated a distance away from the edge of the restriction, and didn't continue to attack crazily. I don't know what's going on in the west, but the sea beasts here are not moving. I'm afraid it's because their leader has gone to the west. It seems that we can only be in a stalemate like this, and hope that the northern island can repair the formation base as soon as possible, and close the gap in the restriction. Okuda Dam also wanted to go to the Western Sea to see what was going on, but he knew that the ancient battleship couldn't move easily, so he could only continue to face the sea beast tide here. Chapter 60:16. The Northern Sea had returned to a state of balance after restraining each other. On the other hand, Li Ziyu had indeed organized the Formation Masters to repair the damaged formation base. Unfortunately, the extreme North Island was in urgent need of manpower. Naturally, the efficiency was not high. Among the guests who came to participate in the auction, there were quite a few talents in the field of array formations, but Li Ziyu didn't dare to trust them. If there was a spy among them who directly destroyed the array formation while it was being repaired, that would be a real disaster. It was better to be slower than to allow such a situation to occur. Languza paced back and forth anxiously on the north side of the beach. He really wanted to find Lin Yi for help, but he didn't dare to leave Li Ziyu's side so easily. Boss had asked him to send the Wind Tiger to Li Ziyu. The underlying meaning was to protect Li Ziyu. Now that the formation base on the beach was exposed, the most important thing was to protect Li Ziyu and the formation masters who were working. More importantly, Languza did not know if he would be killed by the concentrated fire of the extreme North Island's warships when he reverted to his original form and appeared in the ocean. He could not possibly fight with his own people before he could even help, right? The sea beasts outside would probably laugh themselves to death. Reporting to the young master, the situation in the Western Sea has been investigated. It should be the young master and Fire Phoenix who are working together to suppress the sea beasts. If we can't make good progress here, I am afraid they will be in great trouble. A northern guard ran over and reported to Li Ziyu in a low voice. However, he did not know that Li Zixiang was not only in great trouble, but in great trouble. If he could not be treated as soon as possible, it would become a huge trouble. Brothers, hurry up and repair the formation base. The survival of the extreme North Island is in our hands. As long as we can turn the situation around this time, you will be the greatest heroes of the extreme North Island. You will be everyone's hero. Li Ziyu encouraged them loudly, but he had a very bad feeling in his heart. In the end, he looked to the west and secretly prayed that the old man would not make any trouble. The fire phoenix flapped its wings with all its might, but its speed was too slow. Just as Li Zixiang said, compared to the butterfly, it only had a slight advantage. Fortunately, after flying for a while, the last two medium-sized warships of the extreme North Island came to support. Although these two warships were not enough to fill the gaps between the teeth of the sea beasts, they were now life-saving existences. Return to the island immediately. The Fire Phoenix landed on a battleship and immediately turned into a handsome man with red hair. His knife-like features revealed a trace of coldness. He carried Li Zixiang on his back and took over the command. Although the Fire Phoenix rarely appeared on the extreme North Island, everyone knew that there was such a person. He was the island lord's sworn friend. Naturally, no one disobeyed his orders. Moreover, their island lord was like a withered tree, weakly coughing up blood. No matter how they looked at it, he didn't seem to be in a good condition. It was necessary to send him back as soon as possible. Master Fire Phoenix, we can go back to the island. Is it possible for the other warship to defend the gap first? The commander of the warship turned around and hurried to ask the Fire Phoenix. If there was no defense at all and the gap was left there, wouldn't they be afraid of the sea beasts rushing in? What's the use of a medium-sized warship? It's not even enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. Hurry up and get back. The Fire Phoenix was in a very bad mood, so he naturally spoke rudely. The sea beasts in the open sea had been heavily damaged by Li Zixiang and him regardless of the cost, but this direction was not where the main force of the sea beasts was. According to the Fire Phoenix's estimation, the previous movement was likely to attract more sea beasts. Instead of sending the warship to its death in vain, it was better to preserve its strength first and use the restriction outside the extreme North Island to defend and counterattack. The Fire Phoenix's divine sense sensed the state of Li Zixiang on his back. He became more and more worried. He didn't know how long this old fellow could hold on. Master Fire Phoenix, let the island lord lie down. Our warship's doctor can treat the island lord. The warship commander quickly conveyed the Fire Phoenix's order and respectfully asked the Fire Phoenix to put Li Zixiang on the stretcher. Let's treat him like this. The Fire Phoenix coldly glanced at the two doctors on the side. These guys were only at the standard of treating ordinary soldiers. How much help could they be to Li Zixiang's injury? It wasn't that the Fire Phoenix didn't want to put Li Zixiang down. It was just that his Jin Qi and Li Zixiang could circulate to a certain extent. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to use a killer move like the indefinite flame tide. As long as Li Zixiang was on his back, he could at least use the Fire Phoenix's Jin Qi to barely hang on. In addition, the Fire Jin Qi in Li Zixiang's body was also being absorbed by the Fire Phoenix bit by bit. This didn't affect the Fire Phoenix much, but it was very important to Li Zixiang. Even if the amount absorbed was very small, it could temporarily control the injury and prevent it from continuing to worsen indefinitely. The two doctors didn't dare to object, and they didn't have time to talk nonsense. They directly put their palms on Li Zixiang's back and began to transfer their Jin Qi to him. Although the mental cultivation method they practiced was far inferior to the art of dragon mastery, it was still a high-level medical mental cultivation method. At least it was better than the secular world's Sun family's mental cultivation method. It was just that most of the treatment was with medicine. The treatment of direct medical Jin Qi was something only important people like Li Zixiang could enjoy. However, in just a breath's time, the two doctors' faces turned red, and the top of their heads was like a steamer. In addition, their palms on Li Zixiang's back also emitted a trace of burnt smell. They couldn't resist the fire in his body and directly hurt themselves. All right. You've done your best. The Fire Phoenix took a step forward and let the two doctors leave Li Zixiang's back. Their healing Jin Qi was indeed a little useful, but it couldn't even be compared to a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. In fact, it didn't make much of a difference. The flushed faces of the two doctors instantly turned pale. They panted heavily and looked at their palms in horror. The skin and flesh on their palms had been completely charred, and there were even some places where the bones could be vaguely seen. This was only a breath's time. If it had been a little longer, their palms would probably have been crippled. The warship's commander was also shocked. He didn't expect the island master's injury to be so serious. No wonder the Fire Phoenix wanted to carry the island master on her back. If she put him on a stretcher, wouldn't the stretcher burn directly? Perhaps only Lord Fire Phoenix could withstand such a terrifying heat. Chapter 60-17. During this period of delay, the powerful sea beasts from the Northern Sea had already moved over. When they discovered that the restriction was looser than the one in the Northern Sea and that there was no defensive power, they were overjoyed and immediately rushed into the restriction. 3 Earth opening stage sea beasts quickly chased after the 2 medium-sized warships. The rest attacked from both inside and outside to destroy the restriction together. As long as the restriction was broken, the suppression of the sea beasts in the inner sea would disappear. Although it was not as straightforward as directly destroying the base of the island, at least they would have a chance to advance layer by layer. The 3 Earth opening stage sea beasts that were chasing them were suppressed to the mountain opening stage. If it wasn't for the loosening of the restriction, they might have been suppressed to the profound ascension stage or even the nascent soul stage, but now the mountain opening stage was the limit. It was not realistic for 2 medium-sized warships to deal with 3 Earth opening stage sea beasts that appeared to be at the mountain opening stage. If the restriction was not loosened, they might be suppressed to the black ascending stage or even the original infant stage. But now the mountain opening stage was the limit. Don't get entangled, run away at full speed. The Fire Phoenix was extremely aggrieved. If he could, he would rather die than run away. But now in order to protect Li Zixiang, he could only choose to run away. The speed of both sides was extremely fast. The coastline was only a dozen miles away, but the sea beasts behind had already started to attack. The other warship suddenly left the original route, drew a slight arc, turned around, and aimed all the ship's cannons at the pursuing sea beasts. What are they doing? The Fire Phoenix was extremely angry. Of course, he knew what the other warship was doing. They wanted to sacrifice themselves to delay the pursuing sea beasts and buy time for the warship where Li Zixiang was on. Because he knew this, the Fire Phoenix could not accept it. He was never a person who liked to sacrifice his companions to escape, and neither was Li Zixiang. Master Fire Phoenix, don't waste their kindness, the warship commander said calmly, but there was still a trace of vague sadness in his eyes. Watching his comrades die, but he could only run away. No one would like this feeling. However, although the warship had tried its best, it did not buy much time in the face of the 3 powerful sea beasts. Compared with the ancient warship, the medium-sized warship was indeed the existence of a toy, and it was easily torn into pieces. Don't look back. We will definitely avenge them. Fire Phoenix clenches his fists so tightly that his nails have already sunk into his palms. However, he can only endure it. When he returns to the far north island, he will have a chance to fight back. Seeing that they were less than 5 miles away from the coastline, the suppression of the sea beasts here had reached its peak. The 3 Earth opening stage sea beasts had almost fallen to the profound ascension stage, but because the outer barrier was gradually collapsing, they could still maintain the strength of the early mountain opening stage. Don't run, you can't escape. One of the fastest sea beasts leaped out of the sea and stared at the Fire Phoenix with a mocking look in its huge eyes. Its mouth was filled with sharp teeth, and a mass of powerful Zhen-Qi was condensing in it. In the next moment, this medium-sized warship might be completely destroyed. A sense of helplessness welled up in Flamefy Phoenix's heart. If it was before, he could casually slap a few of these fellows to death. But now, he could only watch helplessly without any ability to resist. Why did they escape? A lazy old voice suddenly sounded in the air, and then the body of the sea beast that was flying in the air suddenly stopped in the air. Not only that, the other 2 sea beasts in the sea also seemed to be picked up from the water by an invisible hand, and were bound in the air, unable to move at all. Senior Li Lin, Flame Phoenix bowed respectfully. In front of him suddenly appeared a thin old man with a long beard. On the surface, he looked no different from the old men that could be seen everywhere on the street. Not to mention that he had no momentum, people would believe that he was about to die of old age. But it was such an ordinary old man that casually imprisoned 3 Earth opening stage sea beast. Although the sea beast's strength was suppressed to the early mountain opening stage, but to be able to do this, the strength must at least be above the late Earth opening stage. You two little guys are really useless. You made such a miserable situation, and you still want this old man to come out and clean up the mess. Don't you feel ashamed? The thin old man Li Lin looked unhappy, but he still immediately checked Li Zaixiang's injury. The dignified island lord of the extreme North Island actually made such a mess, what a waste. Li Lin cursed in a low voice, and casually patted Li Zaixiang's body with his palm. A pure and huge amount of genuine qi instantly poured into Li Zaixiang's body, and forcibly suppressed his injury. But this was only a method to treat the symptoms, and not the root cause. At most, it could delay him for a few days, and the outbreak of his injury would be even more violent. Greetings, old ancestor. Li Zaixiang finally took a breath with the help of Li Lin's genuine qi. Although his injury would double in a few days, at least he would not die immediately. Among the 3 sea beasts that were imprisoned in the air, one of them looked at Li Lin in horror, and said with difficulty, "See. Splitting. Stage. Damn, you saw through me." Li Lin suddenly looked serious, and after looking around, he solemnly said to the sea beast, "Sorry, you know too much. So I can only kill you." After saying that, he immediately extended his right hand towards the direction of the sea beast. With a light clench of his fingers, the huge body of the sea beast that was frozen in the air immediately exploded like fireworks. Blood and foam splattered everywhere, falling into the sea. As for the battleship, not a single drop of blood fell. I was thinking, why is your family like this? It seems that you have inherited an extraordinary bloodline. Fire Phoenix couldn't help but quietly ridicule her brother, and Li Zaixiang couldn't help but be speechless. Can't I, the old ancestor, kill the sea beast in a cool manner? Why do you have to say such nonsense? Li Lin suddenly turned his head and smiled at Fire Phoenix, revealing an unfathomable expression. Little Fire Phoenix, you seem to know too much. Fire Phoenix suddenly didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and hurriedly covered her mouth, and vigorously shook her head, indicating that she didn't know anything. A loud bang came from afar, and the outermost restriction of the extreme North Island was completely broken by the sea beast. The strength of the 2 sea beasts that were imprisoned in the air began to rapidly recover. Peak early mountain opening stage, peak middle mountain opening stage. Chapter 60:18. Do you think that Senior Li Lin has been greatly stimulated? Fire Phoenix tilted her head slightly and whispered to Li Zaixiang in a voice that she could barely hear. She stretched out her index finger and made 2 circles around her temple. Li Zaixiang didn't have time to answer. Suddenly, a knuckle knocked heavily on Fire Phoenix's forehead. This stir-fried chestnut was absolutely sour. Fire Phoenix, who had a strong body, couldn't help but cry out in pain. Even tears were about to fall. Little Fire Phoenix, do you think that I, an old man, am deaf and can't hear what you are talking about? Let me tell you, even if you are thinking in your heart, I can still hear it clearly. Li Lin retracted his knuckle and boasted shamelessly. Fire Phoenix rubbed her forehead and thought that it would be strange if he could know what I was thinking. As soon as she finished thinking, another knuckle knocked on her forehead. Fire Phoenix, who was a super expert of the Earth opening stage, was almost beaten silly. What the hell was going on? I already said that I know what you are thinking in your heart. Do you still dare to doubt it? Li Lin blew his beard and glared at her. He had an expression that said that he had completely seen through her. Fire Phoenix really wanted to cry but had no tears. This ancestor was simply looking for an excuse to beat her. Although she was right, it was absolutely a fluke. Ancestor, now is not the time to talk about this, right? Li Zaixiang really couldn't stand it anymore. His brother was considered honest. Being teased by the ancestor, he didn't lose his temper. If it were someone else, it was estimated that he would have already lost his temper. That's right. Let's solve the matter here first. Li Lin nodded and looked up at the two sea beasts that had recovered their strength. Although the strength of these two guys had recovered, they still couldn't move. They just had a little more strength to struggle, but it was no use. An ant turned into a bug. When it was pinched in the hand, there was actually no difference. I originally wanted to tell you a few words about this old man's life experience. Unfortunately, I am in a hurry now. I can only omit 10,000 words here and go straight to the point. In the future, remember not to be a sea beast. Li Lin raised and retracted his hands, and the two sea beasts that had regained their earth opening stage strength exploded at the same time. Whether they regained their strength or not, it didn't seem to have any effect on this skinny old man. All right, the matter here is settled. Let's continue our conversation, shall we? Li Lin clapped his hands. From the looks of it, it would not be difficult for him to kill 3 Earth-opening realm sea beasts. Fire Phoenix is speechless. Does she still want to talk about the topic just now? You haven't hit my head enough yet. Li is thinking, how do you feel now? Although this injury has been temporarily suppressed and won't take your life in a short period of time, it definitely won't do if you don't treat it quickly. If you delay it for another day or two, you might really be finished. How do you think I can save you? What kind of elixir was needed? If you lack any medicinal materials, just tell me. As your brother, I will go to heaven and dive into the sea to help you find all the things you need. Don't be polite with me. If you are polite, I will be angry with you. We are brothers for a lifetime. Fire Phoenix pretended not to hear Li Lin's words, and talked to Li Zaixiang unceasingly. The words he said in the past year are estimated to be less than the words he said in this paragraph. Li Zaixiang was also secretly amused. However, he and Fire Phoenix have long been accustomed to the strange character of the Li family. Naturally, they will not take it seriously. When Li Lin arrived at the warship, it was only a few miles away from the coastline. After killing the 3 sea beasts, it was more than half of the distance. In any case, the barrier outside had been destroyed, so he did not go out to see the situation. Li Zaixiang, do you understand what this old man said just now? In the distance, there was already a rapidly approaching waterline. It was the sea beast tide that had directly rushed in after destroying the barrier. Li Lin put away his playful expression and asked solemnly while facing the sea with his back to Li Zaixiang. Li Zaixiang also put away his smile and nodded solemnly. Yes, old ancestor, we live in hardship and die in peace. The barrier passed down by our ancestors has protected us for too long, so that we can always enjoy peace. But in fact, it lacks enough threat, causing the inheritance of the Li family in the extreme north to deteriorate from generation to generation. It is not because our talent is not as good as that of the predecessors, but because the 2 comfortable days have obliterated our desire to improve. It is good that you understand. This time, if we can survive in the extreme North Island, you should know what to do. Take care of yourself. After Li Lin said that, his body emitted a soaring imposing aura. Like a peerless divine weapon, he shed all the shackles, revealing his powerful edge in front of the enemy. The sea beast tide in the distance was also shocked by this powerful aura. But, the waterline did not seem to have any intention of stopping, and continued to rush towards the extreme North Island. Li Lin let out a long roar and stepped out from the warship. His figure flashed and appeared hundreds of meters away. A wave surged up from the sea, supporting the soles of his feet. At the same time, he quickly rushed towards the sea beast tide. Old ancestor! Li Zaixiang roared. He simply had no time to say anything. He could only watch helplessly as Li Lin faced the sea beast tide alone. From Li Lin's words, he understood that this time, Li Lin was rushing towards the sea beast tide with the mentality of death. If Li Lin wanted to leave, the sea beast tide would not be able to stop him. But, for the sake of the extreme North Island, for the inheritance of the Li family, this powerful old man of sea-splitting stage resolutely took that step. If it was just some sea beasts of earth opening stage, Li Lin might be able to come and go freely. But, Li Zaixiang vaguely felt that in this sea beast tide, there should be at least one sea beast of sea-splitting stage. Not counting the mysterious South Continent and East Continent, even if it was just within the scope of the Heavenly Island, the number of super experts of sea-splitting stage was not small. Those ancient families had their own trump card. For example, Li Lin of the Li family. But he usually did not appear to intervene in anything, and would only quietly cultivate in seclusion. This was because there was a guardian covenant of the ancient family. Experts of sea-splitting stage and above, unless it was the survival of the family, absolutely could not easily make a move. This was also the reason why Li Lin did not appear at the beginning. It was only when the outer restriction was almost broken, and Li Zixiang's life was hanging by a thread, that he suddenly made a move. But for the sea beasts, the guardian covenant did not have the slightest binding force. The sea beasts of sea-splitting stage were not willing to attack the major islands only because of the existence of the ancient restriction. If there were no internal problems in the extreme North Island, then even if there were a few sea beasts of sea-splitting stage, it would not have any effect on the outer restriction. Chapter 60-19. In the face of absolute strength, this kind of numerical advantage was almost useless. If one had to find a point, it would be that they could consume a lot of Li Lin's physical strength and qi. Since they couldn't hurt him, then they would exhaust him to death. This seemed to be a good tactic. Lin Yi stood on the bridge of the ancient warship, staring at the battle scene in front of him with his divine sense. After the western restriction was completely broken, the northern restriction was also gradually collapsing. When the sea beasts confronting the ancient warship discovered this situation, they didn't attack the line of defense formed by the ancient warship and the 8 medium-sized warships. Instead, they turned to the west and gathered the rest of the sea beasts to launch the final attack. Amazing. This is the strength of the sea-splitting stage. It's really too strong. Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh. In front of the real sea-splitting stage, he was a genius who could fight above his rank, but he was still weaker than an ant. However, Lin Yi didn't feel discouraged because of this. Instead, it inspired a stronger fighting spirit. He believed that one day, he would be stronger than this sea-splitting stage cultivator. This is the Li family's ancestor, Li Lin. Because of the Guardian Convention, he hasn't appeared for a long time. Those guys who schemed against the Northern Island probably didn't expect Li Lin to still be here, right? Okuda BA smiled with some schadenfreude, obviously mocking those guys who colluded with the sea beasts for overestimating themselves. With a supermaster of the sea-splitting stage in charge, there were still people who dared to provoke them. They simply didn't know how to write the word death. It's just that people with such ability should know about the ancient families. Since that was the case, they still chose to make a move. This was a bit thought-provoking. Lin Yi guessed that the mastermind behind this matter might be the center, but Okuda State didn't know. Only a new force like the center wouldn't know about these so-called conventions. Brother Okuda, what is the Guardian Convention? Lin Yi took advantage of the fact that the ancient warship hadn't entered the battlefield yet and seized the time to ask some things he didn't know. The Guardian Convention is actually an agreement between those super families. All the supermasters above the sea-splitting stage are prohibited from participating in various affairs. They can only take action when the family's life and death is at stake. This is to prevent sea-split stage experts from causing too much damage. After all, their destructive power is too great. B.A. Okuda didn't hide anything and explained it to Lin Yi in detail. He also pointed in the direction of Li Lin's battle, using facts to prove how destructive the sea-splitting stage was. If someone violates the Guardian Pact, then the others can join forces to deal with him. We must use thunderous methods to suppress the battle to the smallest extent possible in order to reduce the destructive power of the sea-splitting stage. In addition, if you encounter a life-and-death situation where you have no choice but to make a move, you can also send out a distress signal. The participants of the Guardian Convention will definitely rush to your rescue. Okuda BA himself was a young master from a great family, so he was naturally clear about these matters. What if we can't save them in time? Lin Yi looked at the battle situation in the distance and felt that it was almost hopeless to wait for the other family's sea-splitting stage experts to arrive. If we can't save them in time, then of course we will avenge them. B.A. Okuda showed a cold smile, and the ridicule on his face became more and more obvious. If Li family's ancestor Li Lin falls, the other participants of the Guardian Convention will definitely join forces to find the real culprit behind this matter. No matter who the culprit is, they will have to face the pursuit of a group of sea-splitting stage-old farts. I think they'd better pray that nothing happens to Li Lin, otherwise no one will be able to save them. Lin Yi suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. One Li Lin was already powerful enough to overturn the seas. If there was a group of such characters, wouldn't the center be annihilated in minutes? If it was a black-bellied guy, maybe he would hope that Li Lin would die quickly, so as to lure a group of sea-splitting stage-old monsters to find trouble with the center. However, Lin Yi was not such a person. He only hoped that he could become stronger, far stronger than Li Lin, and then sweep the center. This was the mentality that a powerhouse should have. Moreover, in the end, the implementation of the Guardian Convention was also unknown. Lin Yi did not believe that these sea-splitting stage-old monsters did not have any conflicts with each other, and would really work together to investigate the real culprit. In case someone slacked off, it was estimated that the final result would be inconclusive. While the two were talking, the sea beast tide suddenly erupted with an imposing aura that was not weaker than Li Lin's. Sure enough, there was a sea-splitting stage seahorse among them, and when Li Lin was fighting, it suddenly launched an attack. The sea beast tide temporarily stopped advancing because of this earth-shattering battle. The sea beasts below the mountain opening stage all fled. The aftermath of this level of battle, even if it was just a little bit, was enough to tear their strong bodies apart. Even the mountain opening stage sea beasts did not dare to get too close, let alone intervene. Only those earth opening stage sea beasts could barely surround Li Lin and make some harassing attacks. As long as they could disturb him, they could create enough opportunities for the sea-splitting stage seahorse. Brother Okuda, how is the current energy situation of the ancient battleship? Lin Yi's eyes narrowed. He had already decided to help Li Lin. At this time, in the entire extreme North Island, perhaps only this ancient battleship could help in the battle. Not bad. On the way here, I collected the spirit jades from the few medium-sized battleships. Anyway, they can't help much. It's better to leave them to us to fight. Now the energy reserves are about 80% of the peak. Okuda BA knew what Lin Yi meant. Anyway, he had taken so many risks before, it did not matter if he took one more risk. Lin Yi nodded slightly. 80% of the energy should be enough. The problem now was how to quickly enter the battle circle of those two terrifying monsters. Senior Ghost, you control the 10,000-mile array to transform into the Starfall array. Are you confident? Lin Yi had already calculated in his heart. With the help of the 10,000-mile array, he would directly transform into the Starfall array to attack the sea-splitting stage sea beast. If he succeeded, he could definitely kill that damn sea beast by surprise. Even if he could not kill it, he could at least seriously injure it. Li Lin was also on the side. As long as the sea beast was seriously injured, it was basically equivalent to death. Chapter 6020. The 10,000-mile array was the ultimate trump card used by the ancient warship to escape. 10,000 miles in a flash was the best description. Using it to launch a surprise attack from a distance of a few dozen miles was absolutely overkill. Moreover, forcibly stopping the array after it was activated would have a certain impact on the ancient warship itself. Switching to the Starfall array in an instant was not only extremely demanding on the controller, but it was also the same for the ancient warship itself. If it was the heavy warships of Middle Island, if they dared to do this, a sudden stop might cause them to fall apart. As for the medium-sized warships of extreme North Island, they were simply not qualified to use the 10,000-mile array. Fortune comes from danger. Senior Ghost, do you think a sea beast's inner core at the sea-splitting stage will be helpful to you? Lin Yi smiled faintly. He believed that the ghost would do its best to help him. If he could obtain the sea beast's corpse at the sea-splitting stage, it would also be of great benefit to the ghost. I don't eat the sea beast's inner core unless you can refine an elixir that is useful to me. Moreover, after being hit by the Starfall array, there are not many chances of having an inner core left. Alright, cut the crap. If you want to fight, let's fight. The ghost had already prepared to control the array. Victory or defeat would be decided in an instant. In the distance, Li Lin was also struggling. His strength was almost equal to that of the seahorse at the sea-splitting stage. However, in the case of the same level, Sea beasts were stronger than human cultivators. This was a well-known fact. Unless there was an extremely powerful genius, there would be an exception. Li Lin was obviously not such a genius. Moreover, in addition to the seahorse, there were also many Earth-opening stage sea beasts on the side to deal with Li Lin. In a short period of time, he was already surrounded by danger. If there were no new changes, it was estimated that it would not be long before this sea-splitting stage expert from the extreme North Island fell here. Fortunately, changes appeared immediately. Lin Yi put his hands on the ancient warship's array control panel with a serious face. He calmly issued his own order, 10,000-mile array, activate. Okuda BA suddenly turned his head and looked at Lin Yi in surprise. 10,000-mile array? Is he trying to escape? No way. Once the 10,000-kilometer formation was activated, the ancient warship would be able to travel 5,000 kilometers in an instant. Furthermore, all the spirit jades would be used up. It would be troublesome if the ancient warship stopped in the deep sea. In Okuda BA's mind, there was no concept of stopping the 10,000-mile formation after it was activated. Therefore, he didn't have the same idea as Lin Yi. In fact, in terms of naval warfare, he was the real expert. If Lin Yi didn't have the help of that ghost, he wouldn't even be qualified to carry Okuda's shoes. Due to their trust in Lin Yi, every order he gave was carried out without any hesitation. Therefore, before Okuda Dam could ask any questions, the formation had already been activated. Lin Yi's expression was extremely serious. His hands quickly slid on the control plate of the 10,000-mile formation. The entire ancient battleship was immediately surrounded by a layer of grayish-white gas. After a slight flash, it disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the huge ancient battleship had crossed hundreds of kilometers. It directly appeared in the middle of the area where Li Lin and Hai Shou were fighting. The grayish-white gas had disappeared, but the defensive layer of the battleship was constantly flashing with ripples. Turn off the 10,000-mile formation. Activate the Starfall formation, Lin Yi shouted, waking up the stunned crew. Then, they subconsciously followed Lin Yi's order. Okuda BA was also dumbfounded. He had never thought that the 10,000-mile formation could be used like this. Lin Yi's control of the formation made him feel ashamed. It turned out that the ancient battleship could be so powerful. Thinking about it, it was a waste of the ancient battleship's performance in his hands. In the secular world, it was like holding an AK-47 full of bullets in one's hand. Facing a group of enemies, but using the gun as a fire stick was a waste. However, Lin Yi didn't have the time to care about what Okuda BA was thinking. When the 10,000-mile formation changed to the Starfall formation, it was inevitable that there would be a short period of time. When the Earth-opening stage sea beasts discovered the appearance of the ancient battleship, they immediately changed their target and madly attacked the ancient battleship. The defensive layer of the ancient battleship was rapidly drained of energy. In just a breath's time, it was already on the verge of collapse. It was estimated that in another breath's time, it would be completely destroyed. The starlight in the sky shone once again. The endless starlight shrouded the entire world. It was a breathtaking beauty, but it concealed the most dangerous killing intent. Starfall formation, kill. Lin Yi didn't care about the defensive layer. He calmly controlled the Starfall formation and released the first attack. The Star River seemed to have suddenly changed its course. Endless starlight poured down. At least 2 of the Earth-opening stage sea beasts around the ancient battleship were killed. Lin Yi's original intention was to directly attack the sea-splitting stage seahorse. However, he didn't have the time to aim. He could only casually attack first to relieve the crisis of the ancient battleship. This time, he was quite lucky. He unexpectedly injured so many sea beasts. However, Lin Yi didn't care about the result of the battle. He had already started to prepare the second attack. There was no doubt that the Starfall formation was terrifying. However, the Earth-opening stage sea beasts didn't retreat. They still madly attacked the ancient battleship. They didn't wait for Lin Yi to launch the second Starfall formation. The defensive layer was completely destroyed. The sea-splitting stage seahorse also saw the ancient battleship on the verge of collapse. He didn't want to cause any trouble. So, he tried his best to entangle Li Lin. His battle strength was originally above Li Lin. This kind of fighting style completely locked Li Lin. He absolutely couldn't let this guy go to the ancient battleship's support. Moreover, the distance between the two was too close. The sea-splitting stage sea beasts didn't think that the ancient battleship's starfall formation would fall in this situation. Unless the opponent didn't care about Li Lin's life. The sudden appearance of the ancient battleship attracted the attention of all the Earth-opening stage sea beasts. The pressure on Li Lin was suddenly reduced by more than half. Although he was still suppressed, at least he had some time to breathe. Li Lin swallowed a medicinal pill. Immediately, his aura began to rise crazily. When the defensive layer of the ancient battleship was torn apart, he unexpectedly suppressed the sea-splitting stage seahorse. Burning Sea Pill. Chapter 6021. After the eruption period ends, the user will fall into a period of weakness, completely losing the ability to fight, and even if they recover, it will lead to a decline in strength. Li Lin didn't take the Burning Sea Pill at the beginning, because he was worried that the sea beasts of the splitting sea stage wouldn't appear, wasting the pill in vain, and falling into a situation of eternal damnation. However, when the seahorse appeared, he didn't even have the opportunity to take the Burning Sea Pill. If it wasn't for the sudden appearance of the ancient warship, maybe Li Lin would have died like this. Heaven and earth reversal, one thought to calm the sea. Li Lin roared, and his whole body suddenly flew into the air, maintaining a posture of head down and feet up. His right index finger pointed at the surface of the sea, and surging true energy gushed out from his fingertip, enveloping the entire battle area. In an instant, the entire surface of the sea actually came to a standstill. From afar, it looked like Li Lin was stepping on the starry sky, the blue sea above his head, and pointing a finger. The seahorse of the splitting sea stage twisted its huge body with all its strength, trying to break the restriction of Li Lin, but in addition to a loud ka sound, it couldn't even move a little bit. As for the sea beasts of the Earth-opening stage, they were even more unbearable. Seeing that they were about to attack the ancient warship, at the last moment, they silently shattered, and converged with the still sea waves, forming a strange picture scroll. Li Lin suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. For this move for him, the burden was even greater than the indefinite flame tide of Li Zixiang and the Fire Phoenix, but he also had no choice. The strength of the Burning Sea Pill couldn't be improved for long. If he wanted to slowly contend with these sea beasts, the final result would be him dying without a burial place. The only opportunity was to rely on the explosive power of the Burning Sea Pill to release the most powerful attack. As long as he could kill the seahorse of the splitting sea stage and the other sea beasts of the Earth-opening stage, then the extreme North Island would be safe. No matter how many sea beasts of the mountain opening stage, as long as the restriction on the coastline of the extreme North Island is not destroyed, there is no need to worry. When the old fogies of the other families of the Guardian Convention come to support, the sea beasts that haven't left will be destroyed. The seahorse roared crazily. It also felt the threat of death, and Li Lin's momentum was still rising, faintly showing signs of breaking through the splitting sea stage. This kind of terrifying pressure made the seahorse unable to resist a sense of despair. Li Lin really wanted to improve his strength above the splitting sea stage, but he had consumed too much of the medicinal power of the Burning Sea Pill. It was not enough to achieve such a degree of improvement. Fortunately, his current state was enough. He could last for at least 2 more days. The time of the Burning Sea absorbing sea to be to the splitting Lin had been to the sea, and the sea beast of the sea, and of the sea of the Li breaking sea. Li of the sea, splitting sea beast of Li of sea of the sea to be of Li of sea, to die, Lin of. However, Li Lin immediately felt that something was wrong. He had underestimated the strength of the sea beast's body. Although this seahorse of the splitting sea stage could not break free, it could still resist the damage caused by the one-thought sea calming technique. Only a slight crack appeared on its flesh. This degree of injury, as long as it left the attack range, it could heal at any time. In the air, Li Lin's body trembled violently. He was about to reach his limit. The medicinal power of the Burning Sea Pill was quickly dissipating, and as his strength decreased, the restraint on the seahorse of the splitting sea stage would only become weaker and weaker. If this thing broke free, even if there were no other sea beasts, it was enough to cause a devastating blow to the extreme North Island. Is it still not enough in the end? Even if I, Li Lin, put my life on the line, is it still not enough? Extreme North Island, Li family, is this the end? Li Lin, who was in midair, sighed softly. An endless sense of weakness swallowed his body in an instant. All of his aura dissipated, and he turned back into an ordinary old man, falling softly from the sky. He had tried his best, he couldn't protect the extreme North Island, there was no other way. Just when Li Lin's heart was filled with despair, an incomparably bright galaxy hung straight down from the sky, a vast and pure power of the stars rolled down, falling on the head of the sea beast of the splitting sea stage. The seahorse that had just broken free from Li Lin's attack didn't have time to be happy for long, it was hit by an even more powerful starfall array. This time, Lin Yi, or rather, that ghostly thing, had been accumulating power for a long time, aiming at its vitals to make its strongest attack. There was no room to resist or dodge, it was drowned by the endless starlight. Li Lin, who hadn't fallen into the sea yet, laughed, spitting out a few more mouthfuls of blood, but he didn't care at all. Being able to see the death of this seahorse of the splitting sea stage, he felt that he had already gained a lot. Even if he was going to drown in the next moment, he had no regrets. Brother Okuda, come and command the defense against the other sea beasts, I'll go and save the people. Lin Yi let out a big sigh of relief, hurriedly gave some instructions, and hurriedly left the bridge. He didn't want Li Lin to really drown in the sea, because of the battle just now. This area could be considered a vacuum of sea beasts. As long as they were careful, they could still ensure that the ancient battleship wouldn't be attacked. Moreover, the strongest sea beasts in the surrounding area were mountain opening stage sea beasts. For a battleship that had been baptized by so many earth opening stage sea beasts, and even one sea splitting stage sea beast, these mountain opening stage sea beasts were really nothing. However, Lin Yi didn't dare to waste time. After all, the ancient battleship's energy was almost depleted, and there were so many sea beasts around, like tigers watching their prey, so he fully displayed the lightning escape technique, as if teleporting to the sea where Li Lin fell. As if he had teleported, he picked up the unconscious Li Lin and ran back. However, Lin Yi also conveniently collected a lot of earth-opening stage sea beasts' nidans and meat. These were very valuable things. Nidans could be used for alchemy in the future, and the earth-opening stage sea beasts' corpses were the best food for Langusia to level up. If this foodie could eat a few more, not to mention the mountain opening stage, it might even be possible for him to directly advance to the earth opening stage. The sea beast tied in the distance only saw a lightning arc flickering crazily around the ancient battleship, and then most of the scattered earth opening stage sea beasts' corpses disappeared, and when they came to their senses, Lin Yi had already returned to the ancient battleship. Of course, even if they came to their senses, they didn't dare to casually go over. After all, this scene was too strange. After all, how could those sea beasts' corpses disappear into thin air? After rushing into the bridge, Lin Yi casually handed Li Lin to the crew member on the side, and once again returned to the control array disk. Prepare the 10,000-mile array. Taking advantage of the fact that the sea beast tide had not yet arrived, Lin Yi felt that it was better to pull away from them as soon as possible. Chapter 6022. Once the ancient warship replenished enough spiritual jades, it would not be too late to deal with these sea beasts. All the crew members had already accepted Lin Yi's order as if it was the voice of a fairy. They began to execute it without hesitation. A grayish-white gas appeared outside the ancient warship. When the sea beasts began to attack, the ancient warship disappeared instantly. When it reappeared, it was already inside the restriction of the northernmost island. Well done. Everyone continue to work hard and replenish quickly. The war is not over yet, Lin Yi encouraged loudly. He immediately took Li Lin and walked out. Brother Lin, how is Senior Li? Okuda BA quickly followed and asked in a low voice. Li Lin was involved in a very serious matter. If something happened to him, according to the Guardian Pact, the old ancestor of the Okuda family would have to come out of seclusion. Although Okuda BA had left the Okuda family, he was still very concerned about this matter. Not very good, but not too bad either, Lin Yi casually replied. When he rescued Li Lin, he had already given him a few 7th-grade recover pills. However, this kind of pill was not very effective for Li Lin, who was at the sea-splitting stage. Especially the side effects of the burning sea pill, it was not something that could be offset by a few recover pills. Now, Lin Yi was transferring his genuine qi into Li Lin's body to help him repair his damaged meridians. Li Lin was in a deep coma anyway, so he would not notice the difference in Lin Yi's genuine qi. Okuda BA also heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Yi's words meant that Li Lin's life was not in danger. This was a blessing in disguise. Whether it was for the northernmost island or the other superfamilies, it was good news. The two of them came down from the ancient warship. From afar, they saw Li Ziyu rushing over with a few northern garrison guards. In another direction, Fire Phoenix also ran over with Li Zixiang on its back. They had seen the previous battle. Although they could not see the specific situation, at least they knew that the sea beasts had suffered a great loss. When the ancient warship suddenly left the battlefield and returned to the northernmost island, they naturally came over to check on the situation. Especially Li Zixiang, he was very concerned about his old ancestor. His old ancestor's sudden fall in the battle had really frightened him. Brother Lin, Senior Okuda, are you alright? This time, it's all thanks to you guys, otherwise, our extreme North Island would be in danger. Li Ziyu was the first to rush over, his face filled with gratitude. He wasn't spouting nonsense. If it weren't for Lin Yi and Okuda Dam, the fleet of mid-sized warships from the extreme North Island would have long been annihilated. Ancestor. How's the old ancestor? Before the Fire Phoenix arrives, Li Zixiang shouts loudly. He feels that it doesn't matter if he, the owner of the island, dies, but Li Lin must be safe. He is the pillar of the Li family in the extreme north. Is it Patriarch Li Lin? Li Ziyu was shocked. He hadn't noticed that the old man Lin Yi was carrying was Li Lin. After all, this old man had been in seclusion for too long. Li Ziyu was young and had never seen him before. He only knew that there was such a person in his family. Moreover, Li Ziyu was busy cleaning up the traitor, so he didn't know the situation of the battle. Now that he knew that the old man was his family's old ancestor, he quickly stepped forward and carefully supported Li Lin. At the same time, he called for the doctor he brought to quickly treat the injury. Lin Yi had done everything he could. He didn't continue to use his true qi to cure Li Lin. He just let the people from the extreme North Island treat Li Lin. In the blink of an eye, the Fire Phoenix and Li Zixiang arrived. Seeing that Li Lin was still intact, the two of them were relieved. Old man, are you hurt? Why can't you walk by yourself? Li Ziyu was extremely worried. It was fine if the old ancestor was unconscious, but his own old man actually had to rely on the Fire Phoenix to move. I'm fine. I just used up too much energy. Li Zixiang waved his hand indifferently. He didn't want Li Ziyu to worry about him. Although this brat always talked carelessly, he was very clear about what he was thinking in his heart. He couldn't hide it from him at all. Naturally, Li Ziyu didn't believe it. If it was just because he used up too much energy, would his old man look as ugly as a burnt tree trunk? This was clearly a sign that he had suffered an extremely heavy injury. Cough, cough, cough. This old man used up too much energy. You little guy really know how to lie with your eyes open. Li Lin, who was surrounded by several doctors, suddenly coughed a few times. He opened his eyes and glared at Li Zixiang. If there was no Lin Yi's true qi, it would be impossible for Li Lin to wake up so quickly. However, even if he woke up, his period of weakness would not be reduced. Moreover, the reduction of his strength was also irreversible. Fortunately, Li Lin only dropped a small level. He still maintained at the peak of the early sea-splitting stage. He didn't directly fall out of the sea-splitting stage. Greetings, old ancestor. Li Ziyu didn't dare to neglect. He hurriedly stepped forward to greet Li Lin. This was the legendary big shot of the extreme North Li family. He had never seen him since he was born. He originally thought that he had died long ago. He didn't expect that he was still alive. It seemed a little disrespectful to think so. However, Li Ziyu and Li Zixiang's way of getting along had already penetrated into their bones. There was nothing strange about it. Little guy, you're not bad. It seems that you're smarter than Li Zixiang. Work hard in the future. Li family will rely on you to carry forward. Li Lin raised his hand and patted Li Ziyu's shoulder. Old ancestor, are you okay? What's the situation with my old man? Li Ziyu couldn't help but feel a little nervous in his heart. This old ancestor was swaying. It looked like he could be blown away by the wind. It was also quite worrying. However, he was more worried about Li Zixiang's situation. Because that guy looked even worse. I'm fine. Isn't it just a period of weakness? I'll recover in 2 days. However, your father is not so good. This guy forced himself to use a move that he couldn't control. As a result, he suffered a backlash. It triggered all the old and hidden injuries that haven't healed before. If we don't take measures within 5 days, you should prepare to take over as the island lord. Li Lin said casually. There was even a little venomous tongue in his mouth. However, there was a faint worry in his eyes. Li Zixiang could be said to be the cornerstone of the extreme North Li family. Because of the existence of the Guardian Convention, he, the old ancestor, couldn't come out to manage things. The only person he could take care of was Li Zixiang, who was at the Earth opening stage. Together with Fire Phoenix, these two little guys could almost reach the level of the half-step sea-splitting stage. Old ancestor, you should have a way to save my old man, right? Li Ziyu heard that Li Zixiang only had 5 days. He immediately became anxious. Therefore, he didn't care that Li Lin was still in a period of weakness. He looked at him with eyes full of pleading. Chapter 60:23. I really want to save him, but unfortunately, I can't even protect myself now. I have the will, but I can't. Little fellow, seeing that you're so filial, I'll be straightforward. Your father's injuries are mainly due to the severity of his old injuries and internal injuries. The backlash isn't that important. Therefore, if you can give him a top-grade recovery pill within 5 days, he might be able to recover completely. Li Lin looked helpless. He also knew that the recovery pill was very difficult to refine, not to mention a top-grade recovery pill. It was a joke to find such a pill within 5 days, but if there was no top-grade recovery pill, and only a high-grade or even medium-grade recovery pill, it would be useless. Perhaps a high-grade recovery pill could save Li Zixiang's life, but his cultivation would most likely be crippled. Li Zixiang would probably feel that it was better to die than to live. A top-grade recovery pill? Li Ziyu was dumbfounded, but he immediately turned around and grabbed Lin Yi's arm as if he had grasped a life-saving straw. Brother Lin, I beg you, you must help me this time. No matter what, you must try. My old man's life depends on you. Brother Lin, help me. Brat, don't make things difficult for Lin Yi. If he could refine the recovery pill, he would have done it for me long ago. Why would I need you to beg? If you do this now, it will only make things more difficult for Lin Yi. Li Zixiang scolded. He was very open-minded. Anyway, when he used the indefinite flame tide, he was already prepared to die. Now he could live for a few more days and make good arrangements for his funeral. He was already very lucky. Please search for the most complete version. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Lin Yi struggled in his heart. He really wanted to save Li Zixiang, but without Han Jingjing, the automatic alchemy system could not refine the recovery pill. It was not that it was impossible to cooperate with Li Ziyi, and it did not matter if the secret was exposed. The key was that he could not cooperate with Li Ziyi to refine the pill, unless Li Ziyi could be sure that she could refine the pill herself. Brother Lin, I was reckless. You don't have to be difficult. When Li Ziyu saw that Lin Yi didn't say anything, he couldn't conceal the disappointment in his heart. Was there really no way to refine the recovery pill? More importantly, the 2 top-grade medicinal pills required to refine the top-grade recovery pill were not something that could be easily found. Even if he wanted to let Lin Yi try to practice, Li Ziyu himself felt that it was a little too much. Brother Li, you don't have to worry. Let me think of a way to refine the recovery pill. Let's deal with the sea beasts first. By the way, where is Langusia? Lin Yi suddenly thought of why Langusia was nowhere to be seen. That kind of big scene just now was his favorite. If Lin Yi didn't stop him, he might have gone out to sea to fight. Li Ziyu only took Lin Yi's words as a courtesy and replied with flagging interest, I asked him to help guard the array base. Before this matter is over, there cannot be any more mishaps. Just as he finished speaking, Li Ziyu suddenly shouted, The sea beasts are retreating. They all ran away. Lin Yi and the others immediately turned their heads to look. Sure enough, the sea beasts in the distance were retreating. It was probably because the strongest sea beasts had been killed. The remaining sea beasts didn't dare to continue attacking the extreme North Island without a leader. Although this result was a bit unexpected, it was still reasonable. Originally, Li Linli thought that the others had already lost their fighting strength and was worried about how long the last restriction could last. Now, the rain had finally passed and the sky was clear. Everything was fine. Okuda Ba also let out a sigh of relief. The ancient warship had made a great contribution in this battle, but it wasn't without damage. If the sea beasts didn't retreat, the ancient warship would still be the main force of the battle. It was hard to say whether it could be preserved or not. Now that the sea beasts had retreated, at least it could be repaired. Let's go back first. Since these sea beasts are tactful, we don't need to care about them. There are still a lot of things to clean up on the island. Li Lin laughed and went back with Li Zaixiang and the others. He was right. The sea beasts had left, but there were still a lot of things to clean up on the island. For example, a spy like Zheng Tianqing was still fanning the flames on the island. He wanted to cooperate with the sea beasts from both inside and outside. Until the sea beasts completely left, he was unwilling to hide again. Because he always wore a hood and a mask when he was active, he didn't have to worry about being seen through. Zheng Tianqing, you did a good job. The organization is very satisfied with your contribution. This time, the operation didn't succeed, but it has nothing to do with you. You have done your best. Now you should settle down and don't reveal any abnormalities. I will continue to contact you in the future. At that time, your authority will definitely be promoted. The deep male voice seemed to be very satisfied with Zheng Tianqing. As he said, although the overall operation failed, Zheng Tianqing's task was completed very well. It could even be regarded as an overachievement. Thank you for the compliment. It is my honor. I am very willing to contribute to the organization. As long as the organization needs me, I will do my best to help the organization. Zheng Tianqing said perfunctorily, but in his heart, he was thinking about when he could really enter the core circle of the organization. An organization that could ally with the spirit beasts and communicate with sea beasts to attack the extreme North Island was very powerful. If possible, Zheng Tianqing wouldn't mind doing more tasks and promoting his status and authority in the organization as soon as possible. With the support of this organization, he believed that when he and his grandfather returned to the East Continent, they would immediately be able to make a comeback and regain their former glory. In a secret room on the extreme North Island, the mysterious man in black cut off the communication with Zheng Tianqing and shook his head with a smile. In this operation, Zheng Tianqing could be said to be the only bright spot. Originally, Yu Ziqing of Night Moon City was also a good candidate, but unfortunately, this guy died. As a collaborator of the organization, it was a pity to lose him. Originally, they hoped to use him to open the gap in the East Continent, but now it seemed that they could only find another suitable candidate. If not, they could also train Zheng Tianqing well. Miss Luan, the operation on the extreme North Island failed. This time, the sea beasts suffered a heavy loss. Not only the leader of the sea splitting stage was killed, but many of the earth opening stage sea beasts were also killed. The only gain was that we received a good member. The mysterious man in black turned on a communication device on his wrist, and Luan Shuru's virtual projection appeared above his wrist. It seemed that the center had solved the problem of long-distance communication on the Heaven Stage Island. What happened? Previously, we estimated that we could easily destroy all the defense forces of the extreme North Island. This time, the sea beast tide is not the kind of low-level sea beasts that deceive people. The main force is the profound ascension stage and the mountain opening stage, plus a small number of earth opening stage sea beast leader and a sea splitting stage sea beast leader. How could the extreme North Island resist? Luan Xiaoru showed a surprised expression. This operation was definitely a plan that the center had carefully planned for a long time. Before they launched the operation, it was almost in the bag. How could it fail in the end? Chapter 6024. There were some unexpected factors, such as Lin Yi, the jinx. Every time he appeared, he would ruin our plan. In addition, the Okuda Dam's ancient battleship is far more powerful than we expected. Most importantly, there is a super-old monster at the mid-sea splitting stage on the extreme North Island. It was his sudden appearance that turned the tide and killed most of the sea beasts, turning the tide for the extreme North Island. The black-robed man gave a brief report. Even if all these factors were taken into account, they still had the upper hand in terms of strength. It could only be said that man proposes, and God disposes. Luck was not on their side. It's Lin Yi again. Since it's him, it's not surprising. However, the Li family actually has an old monster at the sea-splitting stage. We really miscalculated this time. Originally, the extreme North Island was a very suitable place to operate as a base. Since we couldn't take it down in a short time, it's not a big deal. Anyway, our main goal is to establish a relationship with the spiritual beasts and the sea beasts through this cooperation. Lan Xiaoru smiled faintly. Apparently, she had accepted this failure. Then should we give up on the extreme North Island first? The mysterious man in black sighed with slight regret. He also knew that there would be no other result. Let's put it aside for now. There will be opportunities in the future. Continue to arrange for spies to lurk, and at the same time, bribe the spies that can be bribed. One day, we will take down the extreme North Island, even if they are at the sea-splitting stage. Luan Xiaoru cut off the communication after making the decision. As for the extreme North Island, it would be great if they could take it down, but it didn't matter if they couldn't. Now the center's layout was on the South Island, and then it would develop to the East continent. This attack on the extreme North Island was just a test to see how many trump cards these so-called ancient families had. After such a test, they really got the result. On the other side, Lin Yi did not go back with the people of the Li family. Instead, he took a detour and went directly to the station of the Dan Hall. The northern town guards were patrolling everywhere on the street. All the outsiders were basically in their residences, so Lin Yi easily met Li Zhaoyi. Lin Yi, why are you looking for me? If it wasn't for refining the regeneration pill, I would have gone back to practice. Li Zhaoyi was still so direct, and Lin Yi could only smile bitterly to himself. Yes and no. I did come to you for the regeneration pill, but I can't refine it with you. Lin Yi scratched his head, for fear that Li Zhaoyi would turn around and leave. What do you mean? If you don't help me, no one on this island will be able to refine the recovery pill with me. Li Zhaoyi frowned slightly. Although she was a little unhappy, she did not leave on the spot. I want to ask you, if you were to refine the recovery pill by yourself, would there be any unsurmountable difficulties? Perhaps we can consider it from this direction and let you refine the recovery pill alone. Lin Yi had thought about this possibility for a long time. Anyway, if he and Li Zhaoyi were to each be responsible for half of the fusion, they would definitely fail. There was no chance of luck. Lin Yi, why do you always refuse to refine the pill with me? As long as you cooperate with me, it will be easy to refine the pill. Li Zhaoyi's pretty face was frosty, and she almost pointed at Lin Yi's nose and asked him if he was looking down on her. Lin Yi also had his own difficulties. If he could, who would refuse to refine the pill with Li Zhaoyi? If he knew that he would fail, he would still try. Wasn't that asking for trouble? One of the main ingredients of the regeneration pill, the best regeneration pill, was not so easy to get. Are you worried that the alchemy method of your sect will be leaked, so you don't want to refine the pill with me? If that's the case, then you don't have to worry, because I am also the successor of the pill god, so we are fellow apprentices. Of course, that's if you are really the successor of the pill god. Li Zhaoyi was very considerate to find a way for Lin Yi to step down, and at the same time, she slightly questioned what he said about the sect. Even if we are from the same sect, we are still fellow apprentices. I am obviously older than you, right? Lin Yi's heart moved, and he said casually. He was worried about how to find Zhongliju, and perhaps this weird girl knew where to find his cheap master. That doesn't matter, do what you like. So, do you agree to work with me now? Li Zhaoyi smiled, not caring about whether Lin Yi was the disciple of the pill god or not. She only wanted to know if he could refine the regeneration pill. Wait, let's talk about this first. Little sister, do you know where Master is? I have something to ask him. Lin Yi thought of the chance to find Zhong Liju, and his heart was slightly excited. Meng Yaro and the others had been unconscious for so long, and there was finally hope for them to wake up. So you want to find Master, although I've never heard him mention that he has a disciple like you, it doesn't matter. As long as you can help me refine the regeneration pill, I will tell you where he is. A rare sly smile appeared on Li Zhaoyi's face. Since you have a favor to ask of me, there was no way I could reject you, right? Lin Yi hesitated. Refining the regeneration pill with this weird girl would expose his secret, but would she turn against him if he failed? But thinking of the unconscious Meng Yaro and the others, Lin Yi made up his mind. He gritted his teeth and nodded. Fine. I agree to do the refining with you, but you have to tell me where I can find Master. How is that possible? Of course you have to succeed with me first, then I will tell you where he is. What if you're an imposter? I must first confirm that your alchemy technique is indeed from our sect's lineage. Li Zhaoyi hemphed and raised her chin with an unquestionable expression. Evidently, there was no room for discussion. In fact, this was all bullshit. Li Zhaoyi was worried that Lin Yi would go back on his words after finding out the news. At that time, she wouldn't be able to beat him, and she wouldn't be able to chase after him. This guy had rejected her time and time again, so it was very likely that he would do something like this. Lin Yi, on the other hand, didn't know what Li Zhaoyi was really thinking. If he did, he wouldn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was supposed to keep his word, but in this weird girl's eyes, it was nothing. It was just a few rejections. Was there a need to do this? Chapter 60-25. I see. So you're the disciple from the common world that my master told me about. I didn't think that you'd come to Sky Class Island already. I was wondering why I'd never heard of you before. Now it makes sense. Li Zhaoyi's face was filled with pleasure. She didn't really care if Lin Yi was Zhong Liju's disciple or not, but after confirming it, she was really happy. Lin Yi wasn't too surprised Zhong Liju had gone back to the common world and knew that his legacy had been taken by someone else, so it wasn't strange at all to have a disciple in the common world. But why was this weird girl so happy? Was she sure that she had a disciple now? Hey, Lin Yi, there's an order of senior. If you're the disciple from the common world, then you have to call me Little Shijie. Little Shijie wants you to help with pill concoction. What's the meaning of this? Li Zhaoyi's smile disappeared as she suddenly put on the airs of a Shijie. So she was happy just now because she was waiting here. It's not up to you to decide who enters first. I need to find my master and let him confirm it. Before that, we'll do as we said, you have to call me Shijie. Originally, Lin Yi didn't really care whether he was a Shijie or a Shijie. He had Lena, the little Shijie, in front of him, so it didn't matter if Li Zhaoyi became a Shijie. But this girl wanted to use her status as a Shijie to make Lin Yi work with her on pill concoction. This was unacceptable, and the point was that if the concoction failed, he wouldn't be taught a lesson by this cheap Shijie, would he? Forget it, that's not important. You have to concoct pills with me first, or else there's no need to say anything else. Li Zhaoyi didn't really want to fight for the position of Shijie, either. The most important thing was still concocting pills. He didn't know why she was so insistent on concocting pills with Lin Yi. Was she going crazy? Lin Yi didn't have a choice. He could only grit his teeth and nod. All right. Concoction first then, but before that, you have to tell me, if you concoct pills alone, what kind of difficulty would you face? Is it multitasking or something else? Multitasking is the most basic ability for an alchemist. What's so difficult about it? The only problem I have is that I don't have enough true qi to refine the recovery pill alone. If I had the strength of the mountain opening stage or even the earth opening stage, do you think I would want to refine the pill with you? Li Zhaoyi raised her delicate chin and glanced at Lin Yi arrogantly. She even pretended to be disgusted. After knowing that Lin Yi was her fellow disciple, the eccentric chick spoke much more casually. At least, Lin Yi had never seen such rich expressions before. To be honest, Lin Yi felt that he had miscalculated. Wasn't it better to let this chick maintain her original appearance? Forget it, now is not the time to care about this. If it is only because of the lack of true qi, it does not seem to be a big problem. Junior sister, if your true qi problem can be solved, will you be able to successfully refine the recovery pill? Lin Yi already had a countermeasure in his heart. As long as he could confirm this, Li Zixiang could be saved. It should be more or less the same, but how do you want to solve my true qi problem? Don't tell me about using medicinal pills. That unstable method will not only destroy the recovery pill, but also me. I will not use it. Li Zhaoyi stared at Lin Yi with an unfriendly expression. If this guy really dared to propose such a method, no matter if he was a senior or junior brother, he would definitely not give him a good look. Don't worry, how can I let you use medicinal pills to solve your true qi problem? Do you think I am an idiot? I have never heard of anyone who can refine medicinal pills at the same time as refining pills. Actually, I have a martial arts technique that can replenish true qi for others. It can ensure that your true qi is full at any time. There will be absolutely no mistakes. You just need to focus on refining the recovery pill. Lin Yi remembered that he had helped Han Jingjing refine pills in the past. The current situation was very similar to that time, and this was the only solution he could think of. He really hadn't used the heavenly spring rain for a long time. Now it was perfect to use it to cooperate with Li Zhaoyi. You said to use your true qi to replenish mine? How is this possible? Everyone's true qi is different. If it's just used to heal injuries, it might be possible, but right now, I need to use true qi at all times. As long as the true qi you send over is slightly different from mine, it can't be used by me at all. Even if we cultivate the same mental cultivation method, it's still the same. Don't tell me you want me to refine pills while transforming your true qi. Although Li Zhaoyi did not directly refuse, the doubt in her words was not concealed at all. In her opinion, this was clearly another excuse for Lin Yi to not want to cooperate with her in alchemy. If I say it's possible, it's possible. If you don't believe me, we can try it. You can use some true qi first. Lin Yi did not say much nonsense. Facts spoke louder than words. As long as he let Li Zhaoyi experience it personally, she would be able to understand the power of the heavenly spring rain. Why can't you cooperate with me in alchemy? If you are really Master's successor in the secular world, you should be able to cooperate with me very well. That way, it will be very easy to refine the recovery pill. Li Zhaoyi shook her head and looked at Lin Yi suspiciously. As for trying to replenish her true qi, she completely ignored it. Lin Yi had no choice but to continue to persuade her. Little junior sister, you may not know, but Lin Yi is thinking that because Island Master used a big move that his body can't bear, all his old injuries and internal injuries have erupted. If he can't take the top-grade recovery pill as soon as possible, I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on for more than a few days. Therefore, we must make sure nothing goes wrong in this alchemy. If I refine pills with you, it is very likely that there will be some mistakes in cooperation that will lead to the failure of alchemy. Only when you refine alone will you be able to control everything. I guarantee that there will be no problem with your true qi. Is Island Master Li seriously injured? Li Zhaoyi was surprised. Although she knew that the situation on the extreme North Island was critical, she did not expect that Li Zixiang would be seriously injured and would need the top-grade recovery pill to heal. In that case, even if I don't tell you Master's whereabouts, you will still come to me to ask me to refine pills, right? Lin Yi was speechless. Can this girl's focus not be so strange? That's not the point, okay? Okay, since I promised you, I won't hide it from you. I'm very trustworthy, and I absolutely keep my word. Li Zhaoyi waved her hand very generously, indicating that the agreement just now was still valid. Chapter 60-26. Li Zhaoyi tilted her head and thought about it carefully. She felt that what Lin Yi said did make sense. If this guy could really solve the problem of her lack of true qi, it seemed that there was no need for two people to refine the recovery pill. After all, this was not the yin and yang pill, and the conditions were not so harsh. Speaking of which, this guy could refine the yin and yang pill by himself. She must dig up this matter and talk about it later. Alright, then I'll try. If it doesn't work, don't blame me. Li Zhaoyi looked at the recovery fire in Li Zhaoyi's hand, and with a wave of her slender hand, a ball of recovery fire appeared in her palm. It grew stronger and weaker as she willed it, dancing happily like a living spirit. Lin Yi looked at the recovery fire in Li Zhaoyi's hand expressionlessly, but he was actually very envious. He could condense a purer and more powerful recovery fire, but he could not change the temperature or the fire's intensity. Compared to Li Zhaoyi, a true alchemy genius, he was really trash. After a while, Li Zhaoyi nodded to Lin Yi, indicating that he could start to replenish his true qi. The amount of true qi she had consumed during this period was enough for her to judge whether Lin Yi's method was effective. Lin Yi raised his right hand and used spring rain from the heavens to release a ball of pure true qi. It nourished Li Zhaoyi's meridians like a spring breeze and rain, instantly replenishing the true qi she had previously consumed. There was no conflict at all, as if the true qi was originally cultivated by her, and there was no problem converting it into recovery fire immediately. It really works. That's amazing. Li Zhaoyi opened her mouth and exclaimed in a low voice. Her big eyes were full of disbelief. She had heard of martial arts techniques that could replenish true qi for others, but she had never seen one that could work so seamlessly with Lin Yi's. How is it? I said it's possible. This is just a small test. When it's time for the official alchemy, I will continue to inject true qi into you so that you can maintain your peak condition at all times. As long as there are no problems with alchemy, you will definitely be able to successfully refine the recovery pill. Lin Yi smiled faintly, and his confident look slightly infected Li Zhaoyi. What if you don't have enough true qi? However, Li Zhaoyi was not fooled. Lin Yi's strength was stronger than hers, but this kind of martial arts technique that replenished genuine qi could not be absorbed as much as you sent it. 50 to 60% of it was absorbed was already the best effect. Don't worry. I may be lacking in many things, but I'm not lacking in true qi. It's more than enough to support you in refining a furnace of recovery pills. Lin Yi had the space of the jade pendant as a backup, and spring rain from the heavens was not a martial skill that needed to be used continuously for a long time. He only needed to replenish the consumption of instant memory. Since you're so confident, let's start concocting pills immediately. Li Zhaoyi suddenly remembered that Lin Yi had been continuously refining pills before. Although that idiot Zheng Tianqing said that it was because of taking pills, now she was more willing to believe that Lin Yi's true qi was really incomparably thick. Therefore, Li Zhaoyi did not want to wait any longer and immediately proposed to start refining pills. So fast. Don't you need to prepare? Lin Yi was prepared to spend more time to dispel Li Zhaoyi's concerns. He did not expect this chick to be so straightforward and start immediately. Prepare for what? Do I need to bathe, change clothes, and fast for 3 days? It doesn't matter if you need me, as long as Li Zaixiang can afford to wait. Li Zhaoyi shrugged and looked at Lin Yi with a mischievous smile. Lin Yi was suddenly speechless. Sure enough, the original eccentric chick was more pleasing to the eye. By the way, you came to me to refine pills. The top grade 7th grade recovery pill and top grade recovery pill should be ready, right? I'm poor, I don't have these kinds of pills to refine pills. Li Zhaoyi stretched out her hand, meaning to not dawdle and quickly take out the things. You're the one who has been looking for me to cooperate in alchemy. Shouldn't you be the one to prepare the main ingredients? Lin Yi pretended to be angry. If this chick was considered poor, at least 90% of the people on Heavenstage Island would starve to death, right? It seemed that he had to show some dignity as a senior brother. You don't? Then hurry up and go do what you're supposed to do. Li Zhaoyi waved her hand, feeling very pleased inside. Let's see if you still dare to reject me. The tables have turned, haven't they? It was Li Zhaoyi who had been chasing Lin Yi to make pills, but in order to save Li Zaixiang and find out about Zhongliju's whereabouts, Lin Yi could only turn around and beg Li Zhaoyi to make pills. Fortunately, Lin Yi had both of these pills, and he didn't plan on asking Li Zhaoyi to take them out at all. This act was just to make this eccentric chick happy. Alright, you win. This is the top grade 7th grade recovery pill and top grade recovery pill, take it. Remember, there's only one, don't mess it up. Lin Yi took out a jade box and handed it to Li Zhaoyi with a helpless look. Li Zhaoyi opened the box and saw that it was indeed the 2 top grade pills, as well as many supplementary ingredients needed for the recovery pill. Lin Yi had already prepared everything. I knew you weren't being honest. I didn't let you take them out, so you want me to take them out? Forget it, I'm too lazy to argue with you. Hurry up and start making the pills. Li Xiaoyi pointed at Lin Yi with her index finger and teased him a bit before turning around and bringing Lin Yi into her pill room. Li Xiaoyi had wanted to say a few more words to get back at Lin Yi for rejecting her cooperation, but the ingredients for the recovery pill were already prepared. As someone who was about to become addicted to pill making, she couldn't hold it in any longer. Lin Yi smiled slightly and felt that this chick was actually quite interesting. After entering the pill room, he activated the restriction on the door to prevent someone from suddenly disturbing the pill making and causing unnecessary losses. Li Xiaoyi came to the middle of the pill room, where there was an exquisite pill furnace the size of a basketball. The surface was decorated with complex lines. From Lin Yi's perspective, it should be some kind of formation that was beneficial to pill making and could be studied later. As soon as she entered the pill room, Li Xiaoyi's expression became solemn, as if she was performing an extremely solemn ceremony. She gently knelt on the futon beside the pill furnace and placed the jade box that Lin Yi had given her on the short table beside her. Then, she slowly opened the lid of the pill furnace. It was the first time that Lin Yi had seen an alchemist of this level refining pills seriously, so he was very attentive and didn't dare to make a sound lest he disturbed Li Xiaoyi. Chapter 6027. Compared to Li Xiaoyi, Lin Yi was really ashamed. When he used the Shunnong cauldron to refine pills, he had never cleaned it so carefully. He always did it in a way that was convenient for him. Sure enough, men and women were different. There was absolutely no way to compare these details. After carefully cleaning the inside of the elixir furnace, Li Xiaoyi withdrew the alchemy fire and began to refine pills. The previous cleaning was also to preheat the elixir furnace, so now she could directly throw in the auxiliary herbs. "I'm starting. You should also prepare to support me," Li Xiaoyi said lightly without looking back. She raised the temperature of the alchemy fire under the elixir furnace a little, and the auxiliary herbs inside began to melt. Lin Yi did not dare to be negligent. He quickly sat cross-legged behind Li Xiaoyi and stretched out his arm to support her back. Of course, he only touched her clothes. He was also embarrassed to directly press on her body. If Li Xiaoyi turned around and slapped him, it would be embarrassing. The pure genuine qi was transformed into genuine qi that was completely compatible with Li Xiaoyi's, continuously replenishing her so that she could always maintain her peak state. No matter how she used it, there would not be a trace of weakness. This guy was right. In this way, I only need to focus on alchemy. A mere restoration pill is definitely not a problem for me. Li Xiaoyi's confidence suddenly increased, and her control of the alchemy fire became even more wonderful and precise. After the auxiliary materials became elixir liquid, Li Xiaoyi controlled it to be pulled into a slender water line, slowly moving at the edge of the elixir furnace. Then, the 7th grade restoration pill and restoration pill were thrown into the elixir furnace at the same time. Then, she closed the lid and began the most difficult part of the refining. As Lin Yi transferred genuine qi, he used his divine sense to observe the situation of Li Xiaoyi's alchemy. What surprised him was that this girl's divine sense was actually quite strong. At least, it was completely in line with her own strength. They were all at the level of the great perfection of the nascent soul realm. She was indeed the successor of the pill god. When everyone on the Heaven Stage Island did not pay attention to the cultivation of divine sense, her divine sense did not fall behind her own strength at all. But Lin Yi immediately understood why. When Li Xiaoyi was refining, he was using his consciousness to monitor the situation in the cauldron, sometimes even interfering with the changes in the cauldron. This was the same as putting his consciousness in the cauldron to train. It was impossible for it not to be strong. Although she didn't know the method to create a spiritual consciousness pill flame, Lin Yi believed that as long as Li Xiaoyi wanted to, she would be able to master it in a matter of minutes. Elixir god Zhongliju's legacy was indeed unique. Even if Lin Yi didn't have the art of stealing fortune, as long as he could learn from Zhongliju, his spirit wouldn't be any weaker. After the 2 elixirs entered the pill furnace, Li Xiaoyi's qi consumption instantly increased by 10 times. To refine the finished elixir back into liquid without destroying the medicinal properties, the difficulty was not to be underestimated. More importantly, these were 2 elixirs, and they had to be done at the same time. There couldn't be any mistakes, and the consumption of spirit and qi was terrifying. Lin Yi jumped in fright as well. This sudden consumption almost didn't allow him to replenish it in time. Li Xiaoyi's consumption rate was very stable, so he couldn't replenish too much in case it overflowed. If it wasn't for Li Xiaoyi's rapid consumption, she wouldn't have used up all her qi. She would have been in big trouble. After quickly replenishing this wave of consumption, Lin Yi paid attention to the situation in the pill furnace. Because Li Xiaoyi's spirit was controlling it, he didn't dare to go too deep in case it affected Li Xiaoyi. The two elixirs were melting smoothly, and they had already shrunk by a layer. It was slight, but it was still clear under the spirit's control. The melted elixir was slowly moving towards the center under Li Xiaoyi's control, merging drop by drop. It was the same for the supporting elixirs at the edge. The three were maintaining absolute synchronization, and there couldn't be any mistakes. It didn't matter which side the elixir was in, if there was a slight mistake in the amount, the merging might fail. The three elixirs gathered at the center of the pill furnace at an extremely slow speed, and the moment they touched, Li Xiaoyi's qi consumption skyrocketed once more. If it wasn't for Lin Yi's help, the elixir would have failed already. This time, he was prepared for it, but the huge consumption still surprised him. He instinctively sent his qi over, but because he was in too much of a rush, he didn't control the amount of qi properly, and some of it overflowed, excreting through Li Xiaoyi's pores. Although the qi wasn't violent, it still burst Li Xiaoyi's clothes, turning them into shreds on the ground without a sound. Lin Yi was instantly embarrassed. This kind of situation hadn't happened in a long time. In all honesty, he really didn't do it on purpose, but he didn't know if Li Xiaoyi would believe him. Because his clothes were torn, his palm had accidentally touched Li Xiaoyi's smooth, white back. To be honest, the feeling was intoxicating, but Lin Yi was only worried that Li Xiaoyi would grab the pill furnace in front of him and turn around to smash it. He wanted to pull his palm away, but that would be too obvious. It would be bad if Li Xiaoyi had any mood swings because of this. He carefully felt the situation in the pill furnace. Fortunately, Li Xiaoyi wasn't affected and still maintained an extremely stable state. Otherwise, this furnace of recovery pills would be finished. Thus, Lin Yi decided to maintain the status quo and not cause any trouble. Li Xiaoyi's feelings were extremely complicated at this time. A girl's clothes had suddenly turned into shreds, and her pure body was completely exposed in front of a man who was almost a stranger. It would be strange if she could remain calm. However, her pursuit of alchemy had already suppressed the shyness in her heart, so she could still maintain stability in this situation. However, a faint layer of pink slowly appeared on her originally snow-white skin, which was enough to show her true feelings. Lin Yi was also helpless. Now that neither of them could react, he could only continue to pretend that he didn't know. In order to prevent Li Xiaoyi from feeling embarrassed, he simply closed his eyes. However, while his divine sense was focused on the pill furnace, he couldn't help but see some scenes that he shouldn't have seen. To be honest, it could only be described as perfect. Lin Yi also had to use strong willpower to completely divert his attention. At this critical moment, he couldn't take advantage of her. Chapter 60-28. After a long time, Li Xiaoyi finally returned to normal. Although the attractive pink on her skin still did not fade, at least she was no longer trembling, and the progress of alchemy began to gradually increase. After closing his eyes, Lin Yi no longer paid attention to the situation in the alchemy furnace. Without any distractions, he wholeheartedly provided qi for Li Xiaoyi. He only hoped that this damn alchemy process would end soon. This state lasted for 2 days and 2 nights, and a strong pill fragrance finally wafted out. There was also a clear sound of pills rolling in the alchemy furnace. Obviously, the recovery pill had been successfully refined. Lin Yi was attracted by the pill fragrance and quietly opened his eyes, just in time to see the snow-white back open the alchemy furnace and put the pills inside into the jade bottle. "Have you seen enough? If you have, hurry up and give me a set of clothes," Li Xiaoyi said calmly with her back to Lin Yi, but the increasingly bright pink on her skin betrayed her. Obviously, her heart was definitely not as calm as her voice showed. First of all, I didn't see anything. And I definitely didn't do it on purpose." Lin Yi withdrew his palm from the warm and smooth jade back with some guilt. He quickly found a set of women's casual clothes from the jade pendant space and handed it to Li Zhaoyi. Did I say you did it on purpose? Why do you have to explain so guiltily? Is this the clothes of the secular world? I don't know what's so good about it. You actually carry it with you, and it's a woman's style. Li Zhaoyi took the clothes and put them on herself, not forgetting to mock Lin Yi. That tone was clearly saying that Lin Yi was like a pervert. Lin Yi was speechless. What could he explain? The more he said, the more mistakes he would make. Li Zhaoyi was now naked. Although she was wearing clothes, it was still not convenient for her to stand up. Lin Yi quickly got up and turned his head to show that he was not a pervert. I'll go out and wait for you. Come out when you're done. Li Zhaoyi was obviously not in a good mood. Lin Yi could only do this now. She would probably be in a better mood when she put on her clothes. I've seen what I should and shouldn't have seen. Why are you still pretending to be serious now? Li Zhaoyi snorted coldly and got up to put on her clothes leisurely, as if she had completely let go of herself. Lin Yi immediately smiled bitterly. This chick definitely did it on purpose. But forget it. It was normal for a girl to be in a bad mood after suffering a loss. As a man, he would endure it. After he left the alchemy room in silence, Li Zhaoyi sped up in a flurry. Her face was so red that it seemed like it was about to drip blood. She didn't know what had happened just now. She actually showed that she didn't care, but God knew that she really cared. After Lin Yi ran out of the pill room, he heaved a sigh of relief. Logically speaking, this wasn't the first time he had experienced such a situation. Why was he still so nervous? Before he could figure out this problem, Lin Yi found that there were a lot of people gathered in this yard. In addition to those from the alchemy hall, Li Zhaoyi and Languzha were all there. Even Fire Phoenix and Li Zaixiang came over. Right now, Li Zaixiang's condition was very bad. His whole body looked like a dried-up riverbed. His skin was full of open wounds. However, Fire Phoenix did not continue to carry him. Perhaps it was because Fire Phoenix was also powerless. Why are you all here? Lin Yi walked out of the room, glanced at Li Zaixiang and Fire Phoenix, and asked curiously. Li Zhaoyi took a few steps forward and looked at Lin Yi nervously. Brother Lin, originally we wanted to ask Master Li Zhao for help to think of a way to delay some of the old man's injuries. I didn't expect to hear that you have already come to refine recovery elixir with Master Li Zhao. You are really a good brother. Thank you for your hard work. How do you know that we are refining recovery elixir? I don't seem to have told anyone about this. Lin Yi felt a little strange. Although he and Li Zhao had a plan to refine recovery elixir, the beginning time was a last-minute idea. No one should know. Li Zhaoyi pointed to Zheng Dongjue on the side. The people from the alchemy hall told us that after you came to find Master Li Zhao, you went into the alchemy room for seclusion. I guess you are refining recovery elixir. Isn't it recovery elixir? It is indeed recovery elixir, and it has been successfully refined. Lin Yi smiled slightly and didn't hide it. At the same time, he looked at Zheng Dongjue thoughtfully. Did this guy want to use this news to please Li Zhaoyi? No matter what he wanted to do, Lin Yi didn't care. Anyway, recovery elixir had been refined, but he didn't know what quality it was. He really didn't notice it just now. Li Zhaoyi was overjoyed. He grabbed Lin Yi's arm and said, Brother Lin, I really don't know what to say. Although we are brothers, well, we are brothers. What else is there to say? Uncle Li, come in and have a seat. Master Li Zhao will come out soon. She is cleaning the alchemy furnace. Lin Yi didn't know how to explain that Li Zhao didn't come out, so he could only make up an excuse. They didn't know how close Lin Yi and Li Zhao were, but since he said they could go in, they could go in. It was really inconvenient to stay outside all the time to talk. Boss, I heard about the things you did. You actually turned the sea beast tied upside down and turned it upside down. It was such a fun thing, but you didn't take me with you. That's not good enough. Next time, you must take me with you. Languzha came forward and expressed his dissatisfaction with a smile. This way of expressing his dissatisfaction was really strange. If I take you with me, I might kill you by mistake. Lin Yi could only express his speechlessness. When everyone entered the room, Li Zhao also walked out of the alchemy room. She was dressed in a casual suit from the secular world. She was definitely a smart person. She was completely different from her previous image of a classical beauty, but the fresh and refined feeling didn't diminish at all. Although everyone was a little curious why Li Zhao suddenly wore secular clothes, they were too embarrassed to ask such questions. Li Zhayu hurriedly stepped forward and cupped his fists to greet her. Master Li Zhao, I heard from Brother Lin that you too have refined recovery elixir. Li Zhayu is here to thank you. In any case, you will always be a distinguished guest of our extreme North Island. Li Zhayu cupped his fists and bowed respectfully. As long as he could save Li Zaixiang, it didn't matter even if he had to kneel down. Chapter 60-29. Li Zhayu carefully took it with both hands and bowed to thank him again. He couldn't wait to open the jade bottle and pour the recovery pill into his palm. The rich fragrance of the pill spread out in an instant, and everyone felt refreshed. It could be seen that this pill was really amazing. The best recovery pill. It's the best recovery pill, Li Zhayu shouted with ecstasy. He knew that only the best recovery pill could save Li Zaixiang. Even if it was of superior quality, it couldn't make Li Zaixiang recover. Even if they had the materials, there wasn't enough time for Li Zhaoyi and Lin Yi to make another batch of elixirs, so this could be said to be their only chance. The heavens took pity on them, and they actually made a top-grade elixir in one go. Old man, hurry up and eat the pill. You want to quit so quickly? Don't even think about it. Li Zhayu didn't care about anything else. He quickly sent the pill to Li Zaixiang's mouth and urged him to eat it quickly. Brat, you only know how to be lazy. You don't understand my old bones at all. Li Zaixiang laughed and scolded him. Then he cupped his fists and thanked Li Zhaoyi and Lin Yi. Li Zaixiang will remember your kindness in my heart. If you need my help in the future, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Uncle Li, you're welcome. Take the recovery pill quickly, and then let Master Li Zhaoyi check your injury. Lin Yi also wanted to know if this best recovery pill could cure Li Zaixiang. If it still couldn't, then he really had to try it with his omnipotent genuine qi. Li Zaixiang nodded and reached out to pick up the recovery pill in Li Zhayu's hand. He threw it directly into his mouth. A cool breath spread out in an instant and flowed down his throat into his abdomen. Then, like a silent spring rain, it quickly moisturized all his meridians. The fire spiritual power that was out of control in it was collected one by one, and the surface of his body was also recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The original dry and cracked skin slowly closed and healed. Not even a scar was left, and it quickly recovered its elasticity and luster. This kind of unimaginable effect really made people who saw it unconsciously marvel. Just a moment later, Li Zaixiang exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and looked at his hands in surprise. It's incredible. It's completely healed. Not only the injury just now, but even the old and hidden injuries from before have completely healed. The best recovery pill is really amazing. Master Li Zhao, Nephew Lin, I, Li Zaixiang, will never forget your life-saving grace. Uncle Li, you don't have to be so courteous. We just did what we were supposed to do. Do you still feel uncomfortable now? Seeing that Li Zaixiang had recovered, Lin Yi let out a sigh of relief. He gave Zhaoyi a look, signaling her to check on Li Zaixiang. Island owner Li, Lin Yi's medical expertise is above mine. It should be safer with him examining you. Li Zhaoyi pointed at Lin Yi with an indifferent expression. Lin Yi didn't know if it was a compliment or a sarcasm. Anyway, Lin Yi felt that this weird girl must be very upset and wanted to embarrass him in this way. Fortunately, the people here were not familiar with Lin Yi. Zheng Dongjue knew that he was not welcomed by Lin Yi, so he did not follow him in. Therefore, only Lin Yi knew about Li Zhaoyi's abnormality. Brother Lin, you're actually a divine doctor. Aren't you hiding your skills a little too well? Furthermore, his alchemy skills were also so formidable. In time, he would definitely become a legendary figure like Pill God Zhong. Amazing. Surprised, Li Zhayu went forward and patted Lin Yi's shoulder. His expression was that of "You're not a good friend, you've kept me in the dark for so long. I can't be compared to the Pill God Doctor. You're too kind, Brother Li." Lin Yi smiled and shook his head. He was confident that he could reach his cheap master's height in the future, even surpassing him. Of course, he couldn't say that now. Otherwise, who knew what Li Zhaoyi would think? Brother Lin, you're too humble. A genius like you, after Pill God Zhong finds out, he might even take you in as his disciple. Master Li Zhaoyi, do you think I'm right? After Li Zhaoyi put down his worries, he returned to his cheerful and forthright self. As he spoke, he hinted to Li Zhaoyi to pull some strings for Lin Yi to become Zhonglizhu's disciple. As far as Li Zhaoyi was concerned, as long as Lin Yi could receive Zhonglizhu's guidance, his future would be limitless. It would not be a problem at all for him to become the next Pill God Doctor. What he didn't know, however, was that Lin Yi was already Zhonglizhu's disciple. He didn't need to worry at all. Li Zhaoyi's expression was calm and unperturbed. She gave a non-committal hum, not knowing what it meant. After all, Li Zhaoyi and she were only meeting for the second time. It was not appropriate to say much, so she could only skip the topic. Li Zhaoxiang smiled and cupped his hands at Lin Yi. Since nephew Lin is also a master doctor, then come and check on me. Although I would prefer a beautiful girl like Master Li Zhaoyi to check on me, since it's nephew Lin, I'll reluctantly do it. Old man, can you not be so embarrassing? I still want to go out and meet people in the future. Li Zhaoyi covered his face with one hand. His expression made Li Zhaoyi laugh. After Li Zhaoxiang's injuries healed, these two weird father and son started teasing each other again. If you could inherit half of my handsomeness, you'd be able to meet people without worry no matter where you go. You'll feel embarrassed because you're not as handsome as me, and I'll steal your limelight. Son, listen to me, don't compare handsomeness with me, it'll only make you doubt your life. Li Zhaoxiang pointed at Li Zhaoyi and lectured him. The corner of Fire Phoenix's mouth twitched twice. She was completely speechless at this pair of father and son. She turned around and saw Langouja's smiling expression as he watched the show. She suddenly extended her hand and flicked this fellow's forehead. Little fellow, your potential is not bad, but your abilities are still lacking. Are you interested in undergoing a special training with me to increase your abilities a little? Me? Langouja was dumbfounded as he pointed at his nose. He didn't understand why Fire Phoenix wanted to train him all of a sudden. Fire Phoenix was a spirit beast, and Langouja was a sea beast. They didn't have anything to do with each other, right? What was the point of training? It was better to just eat and drink with boss. He could level up easily, and he didn't have to worry at all. Chapter 60-30. The Fire Phoenix was willing to impart some insights to Langouja, mostly because Lin Yi had refined the regeneration pill. This was a very rare opportunity. Langouja had no one to guide him along the way. Although Lin Yi could use the high-level sea beast meat in the space of the Jade Pendant to help Langouja level up, it was definitely not as beneficial to Langouja as the help of the Fire Phoenix. Well then, I'll trouble Senior Fire Phoenix. Langouja had always been obedient when the boss spoke, so he immediately expressed his gratitude to the Fire Phoenix. Li Zhaoxiang, you're in a good state now. I'll take this little guy to cultivate. You guys continue talking. The Fire Phoenix was also a straightforward person. After saying goodbye, she left with Langouja. Lin Yi took the opportunity to go forward and check on Li Zhaoxiang. These were all trivial things, and it was not difficult for him at all. The regeneration pill was indeed powerful. Li Zhaoxiang's injuries had completely healed, and he was in a much better state than before. Uncle Li, there's no problem. Now that you're healthy, you can go and kill another sea beast. Lin Yi smiled and withdrew his hand. This matter had finally come to an end without any regrets. Li Ziyu's heart was completely relaxed when he heard that his father was fine. There was no need to mention his gratitude towards Lin Yi and Li Zhaoyi. By the way, how could I forget about this? Li Ziyu suddenly patted his forehead, took out a small jade box and handed it to Lin Yi. Brother Lin, I heard that you wanted this thing, so I wanted to bid for it and give it to you. Now I'll hand it over to you. Is the auction over? Lin Yi was slightly startled, but then he understood. The last day of the auction should have been held the day after the sea beast tide ended. At that time, he and Li Zhaoyi were busy refining pills, so naturally, they could not participate in the auction. Those were all essences. It was a pity to miss it. Fortunately, Lin Yi could basically guess what Li Ziyu had given him, so he didn't beat his chest in regret. He didn't know how many spirit jades were sold for the last 5 soul-tempering pills. Anyway, he had already obtained the spirit-gathering branch. The soul-nourishing wood was probably in this jade box. Lin Yi wasn't going to calculate the spirit jades for the soul-tempering pills. Opening the jade box, there was indeed a piece of black slender wood with a faint light flowing on it. Just holding it in his hand and looking at it, he felt his primordial spirit was incomparably comfortable. Needless to say, this was definitely the soul cultivation wood. Brother Li, you're too kind. This is a gift that I can't refuse, so it would be impolite of me to refuse. Lin Yi secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, the news that he wanted the soul cultivation wood had spread out. Otherwise, he might have missed the opportunity to obtain the soul cultivation wood. That would be too unfair to that ghost. It's just a small thing. Brother Lin, what you've done for House Li and the extreme North Island is worth 1,000 times more than this small thing. So don't be shy with me. Alright, I'll be leaving now. Old man, hurry up and leave. Don't be an eyesore here. Li Ziyu pulled Li Zixiang with a face of disgust. He thought that this old man really had no eyesight. Couldn't he see that Li Zixiang didn't need anyone to disturb him now? From what he could see, Lin Yi was going to take the opportunity to ask Zhong Liju to be his disciple. Li Zixiang laughed dryly. For the first time, he didn't refute his son. He quickly left. After everyone had left, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became a little subtle. Li Ziyu didn't know if it was because of the previous situation, but her cold and pretty face slowly turned a little red. Lin Yi felt a little awkward as well. He wanted to leave with Li Ziyu and the others, but Zhong Liju's whereabouts weren't known yet. No matter what, he couldn't just leave like this. It was related to whether Meng Yarrow and the others could wake up or not. Little sister, do you think you can tell me where Master is now? After a while, Lin Yi braced himself and broke the awkward atmosphere. You won't be able to find him even if I tell you. Li Ziyu's face turned cold as she humphed, not answering Lin Yi directly. Then you have to tell me first. Only then will I know if you really can't find him. Lin Yi was going all out. He had to get news of Zhong Liju today. No matter where he was, he had to find him and ask him how to save Meng Yarrow and the others. He went to another plane. If you think you can find him, then go. Li Ziyu's expression returned to normal. She sat down and poured herself a cup of tea, sipping it elegantly. Why would Master go to another plane? Little sister, you're not messing with me, are you? Lin Yi looked at Li Ziyu suspiciously. He didn't quite believe that it was such a coincidence. Li Ziyu evidently understood what he meant. She put down the cup in her hand and said faintly, "It doesn't matter if you believe me or not. I'm telling you anyway." Then which plane did he go to? The common world or the ancient world? Lin Yi only knew of these 2 places. Other than that, he really didn't know what other planes there were. I don't really understand, but it's definitely not some ancient world. I think it's a place called the transit station. I don't know where it is. Have you heard of it? Li Ziyu was quite curious about that place as well. She couldn't help but ask Lin Yi about it. Lin Yi could only smile bitterly. He had heard of the transit station before. They were everywhere in the common world, but it didn't seem to have anything to do with other planes. Little junior sister, do you know why Master is going there? Lin Yi still wanted to find clues from this aspect, but he didn't seem to realize that he was getting more and more comfortable calling Li Ziyu little sister. Li Ziyu seemed to have gotten used to Lin Yi calling her that. She didn't have any objections at all. I vaguely heard that one of Master's friends asked him to help with something. Right, his friend's name is Yang Ming. Li Ziyu nodded affirmatively, indicating that she was absolutely right. Lin Yi was inexplicably surprised. His eyes widened in disbelief. He didn't expect to hear news of Master here. Moreover, his master seemed to have a good relationship with his cheap master. In that case, saving Meng Yarrow and the others shouldn't be a problem. The only problem was that after they went to the transit station, he didn't know how long it would take for them to return. Based on Lin Yi's own experience, it probably wouldn't be a problem for a while. I've told you everything I know. Whether or not you can find them is up to you. But I still advise you not to think too much. Waiting for Master to return is the right way. Alright, if there's nothing else, you can go back. I need to rest. Li Zhaoyi stood up and pointed outside, unceremoniously ordering Lin Yi to leave.